Hello friends, welcome to our channel. Today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Kirsten Costas. Kirsten Costas was born on June 23, 1968. Before she was born, her parents, Barrett and Arthur, relocated to a small, quiet town in Oregon, California, with fewer than 20 residents. It was an ideal setting for raising children, peaceful and safe. The family consisted of two children, Kirsten and her brother, Peter. This family is very famous, and everyone considers them to be kind, hardworking people. The Costa family is very rich, even richer than other families in their community. The city was mainly populated by successful and prosperous individuals. The girls' parents were highly respected there. They achieved everything through their own efforts. Arthur worked for a large American company called Prim and held a leadership role locally. His wife, Barrett, held a high position at a community center. Together, they earned well and easily met the needs of their family and two children, who never lacked anything. By age 15, Kirsten had blossomed into a stunning young woman. She exuded confidence, social, and kind-hearted. As an athlete, she trained frequently and earned the respect of her teachers and peers. She participated in almost all of the school's sports activities, including swimming and dancing. Kirsten was a regular participant and had great potential. Incredibly energetic and outgoing, she easily attracted many friends. She dressed in a bright, unique style, mixing different fashions, and many admirers, who often tried to emulate her style. In the summer of 1984, Kirsten had just finished her sophomore year of high school. During the break, she learned about a support group looking to add new members. Being a bright, charismatic, and athletic student, she was an ideal candidate and already well-liked at school. Joining the group interested her, so she applied to join with a friend, but the selection committee chose only Kirsten. The selection process was rigorous, and Kirsten's victory was hard-won. Her success can be attributed to her dedication and hard work, as she trained extensively, even at home. Kirsten's family was very supportive, paying additional fees to the support group and purchasing her uniform. They helped her in every way possible to ensure her success. In the support group, all the girls came from wealthy families. There was an unspoken competition among them. The wealthier you were, the better. Kirsten had no issues fitting in, thanks to her parents' wealth. Although she seemed to integrate smoothly, there was still some tension among the girls. Being accepted into the support group meant joining not only the women's community at school but also a prestigious club for the most popular, beautiful, and affluent. With all these positive changes, Kirsten expected her final year of high school to be eventful and interesting, anticipating it would be the best time of her life. Kirsten was a 15-year-old girl who dreamed of all the things young people envision. She had a bright personality, charm, influence, wealthy parents, popularity, and strong future prospects. However, Kirsten did not realize the high cost of having all this. On the evening of June 23, 1984, a man named Arthur Hillman heard cries for help from the street while he was at home, not far from the Costas house. When he looked out the window, he saw a girl staggering toward him. She asked for help and was all splashed with blood. Hillman immediately recognized his 15-year-old neighbor, Kirsten, and rushed to the door. The girl was alive but seriously injured. With her last bit of strength, she managed to say that not far from her front door, someone had attacked her and hit her several times. After that, the attacker just disappeared. Kirsten didn't mention his name. Kirsten was bleeding heavily, and within minutes, she lost so much blood that she could barely stand. Hillman rushed onto to help, and Kirsten collapsed into his arms, exhausted. Hillman, who knew how to stop the bleeding, shouted for his wife to call emergency services. While his wife was on the call, he held the girl and provided emergency assistance. He tried to find out what happened and who attacked her, but Kirsten seemed unaware of her surroundings. Her speech was confused, and then she lost consciousness entirely. During the attack, Kirsten's parents were not at home. They were attending their son Peter's baseball game and later went to dinner with his team. Kirsten's parents and Peter returned home just 5 minutes after the attack on Kirsten, and the news was a shock to them. By then, paramedics had already taken her away in an ambulance. Her parents quickly followed the ambulance to the hospital. Although the doctors at the hospital fought to save Kirsten's life, it wasn't possible, and about an hour later she was declared dead. The cause of death was blood loss due to stab wounds. During the autopsy, the coroner found 5 knife wounds on Kirsten's body, one on her back and the others on her abdomen. First, the police decided to speak with Kirsten's neighbor, who was the last person to see her alive and tried to help her. The incident was a huge shock for the neighbor and everyone around him. No one anticipated that Kirsten could be attacked so close to her home. Their neighborhood had always been peaceful and secure. People lived there without even locking their doors. An attack like this was unimaginable in their city. Many believed it was an act of Satanism and that the killer was from another city. They couldn't accept the possibility of a local attacker, as it would mean everyone was now at risk. Parents stopped allowing their children to go out for walks or attend parties, while the police increased their patrols in the neighborhood. Hillman did not see the attacker, but while holding the dying Kirsten, he noticed a white Volvo driving away. Just moments earlier, the car had been parked near Kirsten's house, which struck him as odd since he was familiar with all the local residents' cars. And this one was unfamiliar. The police believed that the driver might be the killer. Unfortunately, Arthur could not recall the license plate number, but he tried to give the police the best description he could. As the officers were trying to frame a neighbor who died at the crime scene, a white Volvo car stopped at the same place on the side of the road. The driver, who introduced himself as Alex Arnold, got out of the car. Based on a witness's testimony, the police started to suspect him as the main perpetrator of the crime. It was odd that he appeared at the scene again during the investigation. However, when questioned, he shared an unbelievable story. Alex said that that evening a familiar girl from a neighboring town knocked on his door and asked to make a phone call. It was Kirsten, whose parents were friends with him. Kirsten explained that she had been walking with another girl she knew, but they had an argument, and she decided to go home. She wanted to call her parents, so Alex let her in. However, she couldn't reach them because they were at a match, and there were no mobile phones at the time. Seeing that she was upset, Alex didn't want to leave her in a difficult situation, so he offered to drive her home so she wouldn't have to walk alone late at night. She agreed to walk alone, according to Alex. As soon as Alex and Kirsten drove away from his house, a yellow Ford Pinto started following them. It tailed them persistently, so Alex asked Kirsten if she recognized the owner of the car. Kirsten said she did but assured him there was no need to worry, but she no providing further details. Alex did not press the matter. When they arrived at her home, Kirsten said goodbye to Alex and got out of the car. At that moment, Alex noticed the yellow Ford Pinto had stopped nearby behind him. As Kirsten reached her house, someone jumped out of the yellow car. Alex observed the scene but couldn't get a clear look at the person's face. He did notice that it was a girl wearing a yellow shirt and red pants. Kirsten saw her approaching and started screaming to be left alone. However, the attacker stabbed Kirsten multiple times in the stomach. After she fell to the ground, the attacker struck her again in the back. Then, the assailant jumped into the yellow car and quickly sped away. Alex explained that he drove off to try to catch up with the car. When he saw a neighbor helping the injured girl, Kirsten, he decided it was more important to pursue the attacker. However, he soon lost sight of the car, so he returned to Kirsten's house to check on her. By then, she had already been taken to the hospital, and the police were speaking with the neighbor. Alex decided to provide a statement to assist the detectives. Initially, police suspected that Alex might have made up the story to mislead the investigation, but his demeanor and statements were convincing. He passed a polygraph test successfully, and there were no traces of blood on him. Consequently, he was removed from the list of suspects after his phone records were checked. Calls to Kirsten's house were indeed made from Alex's home phone number, confirming his story. Several testimonies confirmed the story, including that of Alex's wife, who was also in the house and corroborated her husband's account. After a missed call, Alex took Kirsten home. It would be absurd for him to kill Kirsten near her home, possibly seen by neighbors or her parents, while he could have done it discreetly in his own home. Alex was questioned thoroughly for a description of the suspect. He managed to provide a detailed account of what he saw, allowing the police to get a description to look for the criminal. Initially, the focus was on checking the people around Kirsten to find a girl who matched the suspect's description. This girl could have been the acquaintance with whom Kirsten quarreled that evening. Later, detectives interviewed Kirsten's parents. Kirsten's mother revealed that a week before the attack, while Kirsten was at a cheerleading camp, she received a strange phone call at home. A girl named Kim claimed to be the leader of the school support group and invited Kirsten to an exclusive party at the women's community. The party was for popular teenagers and was set for June 23rd. A car was to pick up Kirsten that evening, and she, along with Kirsten and Tanya, was expected to go to the party without telling anyone. This coincidence suspect the detective because the timing of the murder aligned with the party at the women's club. The police discovered that the invitation was, in fact, a hoax. The detectives managed to contact most of the girls. It turned out that none of them were invited to the party or attended it. Additionally, the leader of the cheerleading squad, Kim, was on vacation in Hawaii at that time. Without her, no party could have taken place, and she couldn't have organized any gatherings. It appears that the invitation was specifically aimed at Kirsten to lure her into a trap. Unfortunately, they couldn't trace the cow, which delayed the investigation. Detectives discovered that the call was made a week before the murder, indicating a carefully planned attack. It became clear to investigators that the leader of the support group who contacted the Costas house knew Kirsten well and had a motive. They probably studied together, or the caller might have been a cheerleader who held a grudge against Kirsten. As a result, detectives began to thoroughly investigate people close to Kirsten. They interviewed dozens of girls and required several of them to take a polygraph test. After speaking with other students, investigators discovered that Kirsten was one of the most popular girls in school. They speculated that someone from outside the popular circle, possibly someone who resented people like Kirsten and sought revenge. They considered it could be a loner girl from among the rebels who struggled to fit into society and had little social interaction. Nancy Kane fit this profile well. She attended the same school as Kirsten, had a unique style, dyed her hair, and wore bold makeup. Other students mentioned that she often drank and smoked in class. Nancy was an outsider, frequently criticized by her peers, including Kirsten. Some time ago, Nancy had been part of the popular crowd, but later confessed she grew tired of the superficial friendships and the lifestyle of these wealthy girls. As a result, she distanced herself from others and became isolated. Investigators asked Nancy to come in for questioning, and she agreed to visit the station. According to Nancy, she had an alibi for the evening when they dealt with Kirsten. She was at the cinema at that time. She refused to take a polygraph test, and her relatives strongly opposed it, fearing it might affect her mental well-being. Her parents were concerned that Nancy's nervousness could lead to inaccurate results. Despite these concerns, investigators grew suspicious of Nancy, considering her a potential suspect. Detectives suspected that Nancy's refusal to take the polygraph was because she was involved in the attack and feared exposure. However, there was no solid evidence to charge her as the main suspect. The detectives decided to release her but kept her on the list of suspects and began monitoring her. Rumors circulated among locals that Nancy had threatened Kristen in class the day before her death, and they had a quarrel, but Nancy denied these claims. Local residents began calling Nancy's house that night, threatening her family with violence. Most people believed Nancy was responsible for the crime. She became an outcast, faced bullying at school, and her parents had to transfer her to another school. During this difficult time, Nancy returned to the police station and admitted she had lied. She explained that she wasn't at the cinema during the attack, but was actually with her boyfriend. She had lied because she feared her parents would discover the truth about her relationship. Nancy's boyfriend confirmed her alibi, telling investigators that he was with her from the evening until late at night. As a result, detectives had to remove her from the list of suspects. Although the investigation continued, there was no new progress. The police interviewed dozens of young people and offered a reward for any information that could help capture and punish the killer, but it didn't work. Months went by without any results. Then, the county police decided to reach out to an FBI profiler. The agents got involved in the investigation of Kirsten's murder, and their tasks included creating a psychological profile of the killer that the police could compare with the girls close to Kirsten's. The FBI believed the killer was about the same age as Kirsten and assumed they lived nearby, which helped them evade capture due to familiarity with the area. It was thought that the attacker held a strong grudge against Kirsten, motivating the attack. The profiler was confident that the killer felt no remorse, believing Kirsten deserved the punishment. After re-examining all the girls in Kirsten's circle, the police's suspicions turned to Bernadette Prodi, a fellow student at the same school as Kirsten. At the time of the crime, Bernadette was 16 years old. Both girls were part of the active community, but Kirsten was considered the most popular at school, while Bernadette envied her and wanted to be part of the privileged group. Several months into the investigation, Kirsten's parents hired a private detective due to dissatisfaction with the slow progress of the investigation. Their initiative quickly yielded results. The hired detective reviewed the data collected by the police and identified Bernadette as the girl who matched the profiler and witness Alex's description. Initially, Bernadette was one of the first people questioned by the police, and she cooperated fully with the investigation, even passing a polygraph test. However, the private detective was not convinced by the test results and suspected Bernadette of involvement in the massacre. Bernadette claimed that on the day of the murder, she worked as a nanny for a family she knew, taking care of their children and staying overnight. However, the police never verified her alibi and simply sent her home. When the private detective investigated further, he discovered that Bernadette was lying. The family she mentioned had not employed her for over a year, and they denied her claims. This deception raised suspicions, suggesting that Bernadette might be hiding something. Bernadette immediately became the prime suspect. In December of the same year, Bernadette was interrogated again at the police station after a private detective provided a new lead. By then, 6 months had passed since the investigation began. As a high school student, Bernadette matched the profile of the killer. She admitted to knowing Kirsten and meeting her on the evening of the incident. However, Bernadette disputed the investigators' claims that she was the one who attacked Kirsten. Notably, Bernadette attended Kirsten's funeral along with her classmates, where witnesses described she crying. But in fact, all this is just deception, aimed at deflecting all suspicion. The police detectives required solid evidence to make an accusation. However, forensic medical examinations at the time were limited, and DNA testing was not yet available. Bernadette remained steadfast in her refusal to surrender to the police's oppressive interrogation, and they were eventually forced to release her. With no concrete evidence and thousands of leads yielding no results, the investigation appeared to have reached a dead end. The sheriff's team had investigated numerous possibilities, interviewing 800 people and inspecting 750 cars in Fort Pinta. Although the interrogations appeared fruitless, they had actually taken a toll on Bernadette. She was visibly shaken and frightened, which eventually led her to open up to parents about her experiences. Bernadette struggled with her emotions for several days before deciding to confide in her devotional parents. Initially, she attempted to confess to her mother in person, but she chose an inopportune moment. One evening, her mother, feeling tired, dismissed her daughter's attempt to talk, unaware of the significance of what Bernadette was trying to share. Bernadette wrote a letter to her parents and handed it to them in the morning, instructing them not to read it until 30 minutes had passed. Assuming it was a game, they waited as instructed. When her mother opened the letter, she found a confession from Bernadette stating that she hated herself and needed help. The parents were shocked. They quickly got in their car and found Bernadette, who had refused to go to school. They took her to the nearest police station, where she confessed to the detectives. Bernadette told them that she had planned and carried out the murder of her friend Kirsten, using a fake meeting as a pretext to lure her into a trap. However, Bernadette claimed that she didn't intend to kill Kirsten, but rather wanted to talk to her and get closer. Bernadette wanted to be as popular as Kirsten and decided to befriend her. Since she wasn't accepted into the women's club support group or featured in the school diary, Bernadette was determined to change her situation. On June 23, 1984, she borrowed her parents' car, telling them she needed to babysit for a couple she knew. This was just an excuse to she be out. Bernadette then picked up Kirsten from her house, and Kirsten got into the car, unaware of what was happening. Bernadette lied, telling Kirsten they were going to the same place because she was also now part of the popular cheerleading squad. Instead, Bernadette drove to a nearby town and pulled into a church parking lot, stopping in a shaded area. Kirsten confused, she tried to understand what was going on and why they were going in a different direction. Bernadette confessed that there was no party. She offered Kirsten a cigarette, but Kirsten declined. Kirsten became angry, and a fight broke out between the two girls. According to Bernadette, Kirsten demanded to be taken home. Kirsten was furious about the situation and found Bernadette's attempt to befriend her through kidnapping to be bizarre. The fake party plan seemed completely inappropriate and inexplicable to Kirsten. She became frustrated with herself and decided the fake party plan seemed completely inappropriate and inexplicable to Kirsten. She became frustrated with herself and decided to leave, intending to find her own way home. This is when she met Alex, who helped her out and gave her a ride in his car. Unbeknownst to Kirsten, Bernadette was following them, claiming she wanted to make sure Kirsten got home safely. However, according to Bernadette's confession, her true motive for following Kirsten was fear that Kirsten would expose her unusual attempt at friendship to their school, leading to ridicule and social exclusion. Being laughed at was Bernadette's worst nightmare, as she desperately wanted to fit in with the popular girls, including Kirsten. Bernadette was extremely scared, which led her to make a poor decision in an attempt to solve her problem with Kirsten. According to Bernadette's own words, it was clear that she was desperate to gain Kirsten's approval and support. She created a fake check as an excuse to spend time with Kirsten, bringing along a truck she believed would bring their group closer together. Bernadette's plan was to show Kirsten how well she could fit into their circle. She dreams of achieving high results in class and becoming famous, but this thing's ultimately backfired, making the situation worse. Bernadette was very angry, no matter what she did. She became much worse over time. Her resentment and envy grew over the years and eventually led to a tragic outcome. After the murder, Bernadette went home, hid the knife in the yard, and took a walk with her mother. The next day, they washed the knife and put it back in the kitchen. Later, Bernadette disposed of her shirt and pants in a trash can near the school. Many witnesses supported the FBI profiler's statement. Bernadette indeed held a strong grudge against Kirsten and had a motive. Numerous students noticed that Kirsten often criticized and even ridiculed Bernadette. Although they appeared friendly when interacting, Kirsten occasionally called her a copycat, which deeply offended Bernadette. The Bernadette family was much poorer than Kirsten's family. Bernadette's parents were retired and couldn't afford many things, worsening their situation. Bernadette claimed she initially had no harmful intentions, she only wanted to communicate and become friends with Kirsten. She needed to lure Kirsten out of the house for any reason, just to talk and establish a friendship. However, when the situation got out of control, Bernadette panicked and ended up stabbing her classmate, Kirsten. She insisted it wasn't premeditated murder but rather the result of unfortunate circumstances. However, there was at least one inconsistency in this story. How did a large knife, more than 40 centimeters long, end up in Bernadette's hands by chance? Such a weapon wouldn't accidentally end up with a girl, suggesting that Bernadette didn't initially plan to kill Kirsten but had considered it and prepared for it. The case went to court in March 1985, with the accusation arguing that the attack was carefully planned. The story about a party at a women's club was an attempt to lure Kirsten away from her house. The large butcher's knife that accidentally ended up in Bernadette's car suggested intentional actions. It was clear that Bernadette had been planning the murder for a long time. Bernadette's lawyer argued that her actions were unintentional. Bernadette, in response to the accusations, claimed she used the knife to peel fruit in her car, which she loved and frequently drove. However, this explanation seemed suspicious since the knife was large and typically used for cutting meat, making it impractical for fruit peeling. Nevertheless, the prosecution couldn't firmly establish that the massacre was premeditated. The jury found Bernadette guilty of manslaughter. Since she was a minor at the time of the crime, she was sentenced to 9 years in a juvenile detention facility. Her lawyer mentioned that in California, juveniles convicted of murder typically serve 1 to 6 years. Bernadette served 7 years of her sentence before being paroled in 1992, when she was 23 years old. The Kirsten family was understandably outraged by the lenient punishment given for the brutal attack on their daughter. At the time, Bernadette had already finished high school, passed her exams, and received a diploma. She had a whole life ahead of her that she could no longer pursue after the murder. After her release, Bernadette changed her name and moved to another state to escape criticism. She got married and had 2 children. Today, Bernadette is over 50 and has lived a full life, unlike her classmate, Kirsten. The Kirsten family relocated to Hawaii and could never challenge the verdict to seek a harsher punishment for Bernadette. They still believe their daughter's killer faced too light a sentence. The case of Lauren Kidd. In 1992, Krista, a single mother with a 3-year-old son named Joshua, moved to Oklahoma, USA. At 23 years old, Krista quickly found a job as a real estate rental agent in a residential complex. Shortly after, she met Joe, a 22-year-old who worked at the fitness center in the building. They began dating, with Joe embracing Joshua as his own. Eventually, they moved in together and got married, forming a typical American family. 3 years later, Krista became pregnant and gave birth to their daughter, Lauren, on December 5, 1996, just a few days before Krista's birthday on December 11th. Her birth also happened less than a month before Christmas, so Krista often referred to Lauren as the best gift. During the Christmas holidays, the family's bond grew stronger with the arrival of the baby. Joe's father, Dusty, took a special interest in his grandchildren, playing a significant role in their lives. Much like a second father. In 1999, the family's struggles began when Joe lost his job due to layoffs. For a while, Joe struggled to find new employment, and the family relied on odd jobs to get by. To improve their situation, they decided to move to Phoenix, Arizona, about 1,000 kilometers away. While the couple viewed this move as an adventure, it was a significant challenge for the entire family. For young Lauren, this was an exciting change. She was an active child who loved to sing, played sports regularly, and seemed fearless. At just 4 years old, she started playing soccer and enjoyed being the goalkeeper. When Lauren started school, her mother Krista became pregnant again. Before the new baby arrived, the family's circumstances changed once more, prompting them to move back to Oklahoma. This move brought them closer to Joe's parents, providing much-needed support as they prepared to care for 3 children. Despite the stress of relocating, the family embraced the change. On October 26, 2002, Krista gave birth to a son named Dustin. Lauren was the only girl in her family and had a close relationship with her father, Joe. He took her hunting and taught her how to use weapons and various hunting techniques. In February 2005, the family welcomed a 4th child, Tyler. Lauren enjoyed spending time with her younger brothers, often treating them like dolls by feeding them, changing their clothes, and putting them to bed. At this time, the family lived in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, a small town with a low crime rate and considered one of the safest places in Oklahoma. However, a terrible tragedy struck. In 2009, Lauren entered a challenging phase of adolescence, which brought various problems. Her mental health began to decline, causing concern for her parents. They took her to a doctor, who diagnosed her with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, a condition that affects concentration and impulse control. The doctor prescribed medication to help manage her symptoms. But it only made things worse. Lauren became withdrawn and quiet, distancing herself from her family and friends. During this time, the family's beloved grandfather Dusty became ill and passed away, which had a profound impact on all of Lauren's family, especially the children who were very close to him. This loss led to new challenges for Lauren, who began to self-harm. Krista had previously kept a family video diary filled with happy memories. However, after her grandfather's death, the happy and carefree videos were replaced by darker moments as her daughter began to self-harm. Krista recorded videos for days to monitor Lauren for any new injuries. She struggled to understand what was happening and why her daughter's condition was deteriorating. Lauren remained withdrawn and uncommunicative whenever the conversation turned to difficult topics. Over time, her family discovered the real reason Lauren had become isolated. Lauren had made a new group of friends. One day, Lauren was pressured into having sex by a boy she didn't know well. The experience had a negative impact on Lauren's mental health. She struggled to tell her parents what had happened. Lauren then began seeing a therapist and taking medication for the next few years. Over time, her mental health improved, she became more outgoing and friendly, and she made new friends. In 2012, Lauren met a boy named Zachary Maine. They began dating and spent all their free time together. Lauren's family welcomed Zachary, finding him kind and respectful. He acted like a big brother to Lauren's younger siblings. Their families officially acknowledged their relationship in February when they were both 16. In the middle of the school year, Lauren decided to move out of her parents' house to live with Zachary. They planned to rent an apartment, get married, and start a life together. However, Lauren's parents were not supportive of this decision. They believed that she and Zachary were too young to live together. Despite their concerns, they chose to give Lauren some freedom to avoid damaging their relationship with her. They were also concerned about the possibility that Lauren would experience another bout of depression. They also feared that her relationship with Zachary might cause her to drop out of school, but Lauren assured them that this would not happen. Ultimately, her parents agreed to her plan. After moving in together, Lauren's mother, Krista, began to suspect that her daughter might be pregnant. When Krista confronted Lauren about it, Lauren said she didn't know. Krista then took Lauren to the hospital to take a pregnancy test, which came back positive. The news of the pregnancy shocked her. However, Krista supported Lauren and looked forward to the birth of the child. On March 2, 2015, 19-year-old Lauren gave birth to a daughter named Edison Maine. Zachary's parents were also overjoyed by the news. A few months after the birth, Lauren graduated from high school. On July 16, 2016, Zachary and Lauren were married and went on their honeymoon to Branson, Missouri. While the couple seemed happy, Lauren had been battling illness for years. The emotional scars from her past still hurt, although not as intensely as before. She has hinted at her struggles on social media but remains determined to fight for her loved ones and her daughter. Zachary has found a job to support the family, and initially, they received significant help from family. By October 2016, Lauren's feelings had changed. She shared how difficult it was to be home alone with a child, describing her daily life as monotonous and boring. Although she loved her daughter, she longed to return to work and pursue her personal ambitions. Lauren expressed her feelings to her loved ones. To improve their living conditions, Lauren's family reached out to friends and proposed sharing a larger apartment, splitting the rent between the two families. This plan would save them money on rent while still providing enough space for everyone, including the child. They then moved in with Connor Brunner and his girlfriend, Alexandra Finley. Initially, the two families lived happily and supported each other. They communicated well and had fun together. On May 25, 2017, Lauren found a job in sales, seeking more independence. However, she was also struggling with depression, a condition she shared with her mother. During this time, she changed her appearance, dyeing her hair dark, wearing heavy makeup, and choosing black clothes. Tensions began to arise between her and Zachary, and their friends Connor Brunner and Alexandra, who had been living with them, moved away. This left Zachary, Lauren, and their child feeling depressed. A few months later, Lauren and Zachary's relationship deteriorated due to frequent arguments. Zachary moved back in with his mother to ease the tension, but this did not improve their situation. They eventually filed for divorce later that year. After the breakup, Lauren felt lonely, she longed for love again, and soon after, she began dating Connor, her former roommate. Their shared experiences brought them closer together. After breaking up with their partners, the young people started communicating, which led to a romantic relationship. This news was heartbreaking for Zach, who still hoped to rebuild his family. He ultimately had to accept the reality of the situation. By September 2017, the divorce was finalized, and both parents agreed to share joint custody of their 2-year-old daughter, a solution that worked for everyone involved. After her split from Zachary, Lauren began a new relationship. The news devastated Zachary, who still hoped to rebuild his family. Eventually, he had to accept the reality of the situation. By September 2017, the divorce was finalized and both parents agreed to share custody of their 2-year-old daughter, a solution that worked for everyone involved. One reason Zachary felt hostile toward Connor was Connor's drug use. Over time, Lauren began using drugs in their apartment more frequently. A year later, in the fall of 2018, Lauren's life took a turn for the worse. During this time, she and Connor joined a new group that regularly used illegal drugs, which led to them spending more time partying. Lauren also befriended Shauna, a girl known for her reckless behavior. At 21, Lauren's new lifestyle was causing her parents to worry. She also created a new online profile, featuring dark, gothic imagery that reflected her feelings of depression. The profile included lengthy posts about dissociative identity disorder. On October 26, 2018, Lauren was scheduled to meet her mother for her brother's birthday celebration. Instead of enjoying the festivities, the meeting turned into a lecture about her lifestyle. Her mother was very worried but found it hard to communicate effectively with Lauren. The situation escalated into a heated argument, and this became the last time her family saw her alive. The next evening, Lauren's friend Blake called her mother, Krista, because he was supposed to give Lauren a ride to a friend's house to prepare for Halloween. When he couldn't find her, he became concerned and reached out to Krista to share his worries. Blake said that the night before, Lauren had told her that she would be meeting with a tattoo artist named Mike who was supposed to come in to design a new tattoo she wanted that same day. They were in contact until the evening, discussing the final touches on the tattoo design. After that, Blake had lost contact with Lauren. This was unusual as Lauren usually kept her phone close by. When Krista learned of this, she panicked and texted Zachary and her boyfriend Connor. Zachary confirmed that Lauren had not picked up their daughter, which was alarming. Krista became concerned and immediately contacted the police, who accepted her story and began an investigation. At first, the police had no leads other than Blake's testimony. They gathered information from Lauren's friends to create a description of her and what she was wearing when she disappeared. At the time, Lauren was wearing all black, a jacket, a shirt, jeans, and boots. The police quickly found the tattoo artist, Mike West, who confirmed that Lauren had been at his house that night. They had just finished sketching the tattoo and he was about to start tattooing. Mike said that Connor had dropped by unexpectedly, but Lauren assured him that everything was fine and asked Mike to give them some privacy. Lauren never returned, even though Mike had been waiting for her all evening. The investigation focused on Lauren's boyfriend Connor, who was likely the last person to see her before her disappearance. Connor stated that he last saw her at lunchtime on the day she got her tattoo. Connor picked her up in his car and drove her to the nearest Walmart, where she was supposed to meet a friend before he left. She was supposed to call him when she was free, but she never did. Connor thought that maybe her friend or someone else had given her a ride home, so he didn't panic right away. However, police found inconsistencies in his account of the timing of events, which led them to verify his information to piece together what happened to Lauren. The police then requested surveillance footage from the supermarket where Lauren was last seen to investigate further. Police spoke with Krista, who described her daughter's relationship with her boyfriend, Connor, as toxic and mentioned that she had been against their relationship from the beginning. Their arguments had recently increased. Krista revealed that Lauren and Connor had broken up and were not a couple when he drove her to the grocery store that day. Lauren wanted to stay away from Connor and avoid any contact with him. Krista was very concerned to learn that Connor was the last person to see her daughter alive before she went missing. She expressed her hostility towards him, especially due to his history of drug addiction and previous assaults. Krista urged the police to be cautious and investigate Connor more thoroughly, believing that he was involved in her daughter's disappearance. Police considered her ex-husband, Zachary, to be a potential threat to Lauren. He was struggling emotionally after a breakup and was upset about her new relationship. Several friends confirmed. When police reviewed the supermarket surveillance footage, they initially focused on the parking lot but were unable to find Connor's car. It was likely that the car had been out of view of the cameras. However, Lauren had also not been at the Walmart for several days. Police spent hours reviewing the footage but found no evidence of her presence. It appeared that she had not been there. They began to suspect that Connor had lied about her whereabouts. More than 48 hours had passed since she went missing, a critical time frame in which the chances of finding someone alive were greatly diminished. As her photos circulated in the media, hope began to wane among her family and police appealed to the public for help in the search. Unexpectedly, an anonymous witness called the police station. He said that on the evening of Lauren's disappearance, Connor came to him in Connor's car, and inside the car, he saw blood on the seats and carpets. Connor tried to hide it with covers, but this did not help. In response to all questions about the stains, the Connor a story about how he hit a dog on the road shortly before that. He claimed that he had to transport it in his car to the nearest veterinary clinic, which is why there was blood in the car. However, there was too much blood, according to the anonymous witness. At the time, he did not know that Connor's girlfriend was missing, so he did not immediately go to the police, but this story certainly sounded suspicious. After receiving new information, the police began to consider Connor as the main suspect. They decided to check the background of her boyfriend Lauren, and it turned out that he had had problems with the police due to a minor family dispute. In addition, he had resisted arrest less than a year after a violent argument with Lauren, which prompted the police to intervene, but the conflict was quelled when the girl refused to prosecute. At the time of Lauren's disappearance, Connor was already in a new relationship and seemed indifferent to her fate. The police wanted to question him, and during the interrogation, he altered his previous statement. Connor claimed he took Lauren to Walmart to buy needles for syringes, which she needed after getting a tattoo. He stated that he was against her decision but couldn't convince her to change her mind, and then he left, not seeing her again. His change in story raised suspicions, especially since he had previously lied multiple times. As the interrogation continued, his account of events became increasingly inconsistent, with new details emerging. However, surveillance footage showed both his car and Lauren's, and none of the store employees reported seeing her. Police accessed Connor's cell phone to investigate his whereabouts. They discovered that he had been to the supermarket, but significantly later than he had mentioned during questioning. Specifically around 10 p.m. surveillance footage showed him in the store with a girl, not Lauren, but a blonde woman named Alexandra Finley, who was his ex-girlfriend. They had previously lived together in a house with Lauren and her husband. The two were seen happily shopping, buying a lot of Halloween decorations along with a large amount of toiletries, which raised suspicion. Based on their findings, the police contacted Alexandra. She confirmed that Connor had called her that evening, offering to help with cleaning. He explained that there had been a fight involving acquaintances in his car, resulting in one person getting injured and bleeding in the vehicle. He claimed to have taken the injured person to the hospital and portrayed himself as a hero. Now, he wanted to buy cleaning supplies to clean his car's interior, despite the oddness of his story. Alexandra trusted the man and agreed to help. They purchased cleaning supplies, and the girl assisted in scrubbing the deep blood stains from the furniture. Meanwhile, when the police obtained a search warrant and examined the Connor's car, they found numerous dried blood stains inside. It was already established that the blood belonged to Lauren. Despite their attempts to clean the stains thoroughly, it seemed that the victim had lost so much blood that complete removal was impossible. Experts indicated that the victim sustained a severe injury and likely died from blood loss. Forensic scientists collected samples from the stains and sent them for testing. Later, the results confirmed their suspicions. The samples were indeed from Lauren. When Connor was confronted with these details, he changed his story once more. He claimed that he took Lauren from the supermarket, but there was another girl with her whose friend was trying to buy illegal drugs. Something went wrong, prompting the saleswoman to pull out a gun and shoot Lauren in the head. Rather than fleeing, she threatened Connor with the gun, forcing him to drive to a nearby location to dispose of the body. He drove a short distance and tossed Lauren's body into a dumpster, insisting that he was innocent. This account sounded unconvincing, raising concerns because the garbage in that area is regularly collected. By the time the police arrived, the dumpsters were already empty. However, they found traces of blood at the scene that were believed to belong to Lauren, along with her bracelet. These pieces of evidence were sent to the lab for analysis, which later confirmed that the blood was indeed Lauren's. On November 5, 2018, The police were skeptical about the idea that a drug dealer was responsible for the shooting. Eventually, under pressure, Connor revealed that he had an argument with Lauren inside his car that evening. She refused to exit the vehicle, and when he bent down to pick something up, his gun magazine accidentally fell out. He accidentally pulled the trigger and shot her in the face. The police believed it wasn't an accident and suspected that Connor was lying. Eventually, they got him to confess. The 22-year-old was arrested and taken to the Tulsa County Jail. Now, the police needed to locate Lauren's body. According to Connor's statement, he had thrown her body into a paper recycling container. And he provided the GPS coordinates from his car. The next day, a garbage truck picked up the trash and took it to the nearest landfill. Police had to quickly find where the truck had dumped the trash to avoid losing any evidence. Using video footage, they tracked the dump truck. The police department deployed 30 investigators to search 72 locations at 19 recycling facilities across 16 states. Time literally passed by hours. The police were familiar with the recycling and processing of paper waste. Lauren's body could have been crushed. After realizing the complexity of the inspection at the factories, they decided to do it with specially trained dogs to deeply sense the smell of body decomposition, and this helped. After a while, the dogs found what was left of Lauren's body. A beautiful girl, now only pieces of skin and organs of the dead in a processing machine. The processing plant immediately recalled 30 tons of processed materials to prevent human remains from entering the product. The mother was heartbroken when she learned of the death. Lauren said that with pain in her heart, she remembered the last meeting with her daughter. They broke up after an argument, and Krista will never be able to apologize to my child again. The Connor cleaned the car and continued with his life as if nothing had happened. He returned to work and later spent time with friends. The trial began in January 2020. Connor never admitted guilt, even though the prosecutor's office had strong evidence against him. He seemed to believe he would only be convicted of manslaughter. However, the prosecution was actually preparing to present key evidence that indicated the crime was premeditated murder. The defense argued that the shooting was accidental. Meanwhile, the prosecution revealed messages found on Connor's mobile phone. These messages showed that his breakup with Lauren occurred just before he started dating another girl. In his texts with his new partners, Connor spoke very negatively about Lauren, calling her a parasite and blaming her for ruining his life. He felt trapped by her. Connor expressed in his texts a strong desire to be away from Lauren, even hinting that he would consider extreme actions like murder. However, the reality was different. He was actually stalking Lauren and did not want to let her go. His obsession led him to believe that killing her was the only solution. A jury convicted him of premeditated murder, sentencing him to life in prison, but he will be eligible for parole after 38 years. 3 months after the verdict, Krista, the mother of the deceased, stated that she couldn't forgive her daughter's killer and felt there would never be closure. "We have no one to bury, and we don't have a memorial." The case of Alexei Trevizo. Alexei Trevizo, a 19-year-old girl from the small town of Orthesa, New Mexico, where around 12,000 people live. After her parents divorced, she and her sister were ordered by the court to live with their mother, Rosa, who was very strict. Eventually, Rosa began a relationship with another man, and the family her moved in with he. Alexei's relationship with her mother has always been complicated. On the surface, Alexei seemed to lead a typical teenage life, attending school and hanging out with friends. She dated a classmate for 3 years and everything was going well until a big incident occurred. On January 26, 2023, Alexei came home and went to bed early. Later, she woke up with severe pain in her lower back. Around 11:30 p.m., she got out of bed and told her mother that she was feeling unwell. Her mother decided to take her to a medical center. They drove to the nearest clinic, which was the emergency department of the General Hospital in Artesia. The doctor on duty examined Alexis and expressed concern that she might have a urinary tract infection, which can lead to more serious issues, such as kidney problems. There was also a possibility that Alexis had kidney stones. The doctor noticed she was wearing loose clothing and it looks like her belly is quite big. That made him suspicious. The doctor asked if Alexis was pregnant, but both she and her mother firmly denied this, stating that Alexis was not sexually active. Despite their denials, but the doctor decided to perform a pregnancy test and administered painkillers to alleviate her suffering. The doctor suspected that Alexis was hiding something from her mother due to her unusual behavior. Alexis was wearing a loose sweatshirt and refused to undergo an examination. To evaluate her abdominal and pelvic organs and check for kidney stones that might be causing her pain, they decided to perform a standard ultrasound and a CT scan. Just an hour later, a pregnancy test came back positive. At that time, Alexis was also having a blood test. The doctors became increasingly concerned when they saw the test results because certain symptoms during pregnancy can lead to serious complications. They waited for Alexis to return for further examination around 1:30 in the morning. When Alexis returned and learned about the pregnancy test, she insisted it was a mistake and that it couldn't be true, claiming she was innocent. Suddenly, she said she needed to use the restroom and ran away. Surveillance footage showed her heading to the bathroom. A few minutes later, her mother, Rosa, who was shocked by the news, went to check on her to see if she needed assistance. Alexis refused to open the door or answer when her mother called from outside. After 10 minutes, Alexis had not emerged from the restroom. Staff from the medical facility gathered and asked her to open the door and explain what was happening. They heard unusual sounds coming from inside, including the toilet repeatedly flushing, water running continuously from the tap, and the sound of paper towels being torn off. This raised alarms among them. Alexis' mother and the staff tried to convince her to open the door and share what was going on, but she firmly declined. She insisted that she didn't need help and promised she would come out soon, yet she remained inside. The doctor on duty couldn't tolerate the situation and went to get the key to enter the room. When the door opened, they were met with a shocking scene. The bathroom floor was covered in blood, and there were bloodstains on the walls. It looked as if a violent struggle had taken place behind the locked door. Even seasoned doctors were taken aback by the horrific sight. It was clear someone had attempted to clean up the mess, as numerous paper towels were scattered on the floor and in the trash can. The staff began to question Alexis about what had happened. She claimed that she had just started her period, which she used to explain the bloodstains. However, the doctors were skeptical. The amount of blood was too significant. They suspected that the girl might have had a miscarriage in the bathroom. Meanwhile, Alexis returned to her room, and all her mother's anger fell upon her, as she asked her to explain about the pregnancy and scolded her for it. Meanwhile, the doctors called the on-duty cleaner to clean the toilet. When she entered, she was shocked. For the first time in her many years at the clinic, she encountered such a large amount of blood. As she began cleaning, other staff members warned her to be cautious, suspecting that something serious had occurred, possibly a miscarriage. She cleaned the walls and floor, then decided to empty the overflowing trash can. However, when she lifted it, she noticed it felt unusually heavy, much more than the usual load of paper towels. Concerned, she called other staff members to investigate. They opened the trash can and discovered a suspicious black bag beneath the paper towels and several other bags. Although the medical staff had previously checked the trash, they only saw the paper towels on top and didn't dig any deeper. The employees carefully opened the black bag and were horrified by what they found inside. When the nurse retrieved the body, they realized it was a lifeless baby. They discovered that when Alexis locked herself in the toilet, she actually gave birth. Another alarming detail was that a plastic bag was tightly wrapped around the baby's mouth and nose, as if it was struggling to breathe. Doctors believed the blood stains on the walls were a result of Alexei tearing her placenta and umbilical cord with her hands and possibly trying to flush them down the toilet. The birth in the restroom caused severe bleeding, so doctors provided Alexei with medical assistance when she returned to the ward. Subsequently, she was informed that a dead newborn had been discovered in the hospital toilet's trash can, and everyone assumed it was her child. The medical staff had no choice but to involve the police, and the baby was sent for an autopsy. Detectives needed to investigate the details of the incident and interview both Alexei and the doctors who had been present that night. Before the police arrived, there was always an adult present with Alexei to ensure she didn't act recklessly. By that time, it was already established that the baby had been born full term at 9 months and was viable, but Alexei had killed him by placing him in a bag. The brutality of this situation shocked everyone. Then, Alexei informed her mother that she was pregnant and that her baby had been discovered dead in the toilet. She continued to lie. Alexei pretended to be surprised, as if she was hearing about this for the first time and had no connection to the child. Remarkably, Alexei managed to hide her pregnancy very well. She wears loose clothes and avoided showing her belly, leading her relatives to have no idea she was expecting. Her mother, Rosa, was shocked, saying she bought her daughter sanitary pads every month and had no clue a grandchild was on the way. However, detectives began to suspect that Rosa might be lying. In rare cases, a pregnancy can go unnoticed, even by the mother, due to minimal belly growth, lack of pregnancy movements, and a continued menstrual cycle. However, in Alexei's case, this raises doubts. Her last photos before giving birth clearly show a noticeable belly, particularly one taken during a support group performance. It is baffling that Alexei's mother, her classmates, and other cheerleaders did not notice her condition. It seems unbelievable. When speaking with Alexei's acquaintances and friends, several suggested that she might have mental health issues, which could explain her actions. If a person is fully awake and clearly aware of what is going on, how can they hide a pregnancy for 9 months, go to the hospital, give birth in a bathroom, and then discard the newborn in a bucket, hoping no one would notice? However, Alexei was not just a child or a student, she was a 19-year-old adult. She may have been so terrified of her strict mother that she felt compelled to commit this horrific act, not realizing that secrets eventually come to light. By that point, the doctors had already figured out she was pregnant, making it impossible for her to hide what had occurred. At the time of these incidents, she had been in a relationship with a guy for about 3 years. The police interviewed her boyfriend, Devin Fierro, who came to the hospital with his mother after hearing about Alexei's hospitalization. Devin claimed he was unaware of Alexei's pregnancy and hadn't noticed her rounded belly. He believed she had just gained a little weight. To him, her belly didn't seem large. He also mentioned that Alexei had been born with developmental issues, including deformed hips, which required her to see a chiropractor regularly for pain relief. During her pregnancy, she sometimes felt unwell and experienced pain in her back and hips, but these symptoms were attributed to her chronic conditions. What is more remarkable is that Alexei's condition did not stop her from being a cheerleader, staying active, and living a full life. Detectives allowed Alexei to return home while they investigated the incident, respecting her rights and enabling her to continue her education. She resumed her normal activities, hanging out with friends, attending school, and dating. During the investigation, Alexei and her boyfriend even went to a high school graduation party together. Due to Alexei's young age, information about the incident was kept hidden, and nobody at the school was aware of it. However, rumors began to spread quickly, leaving everyone in shock. Alexei's mother, Rosa, learned about the situation and became furious. She accused the police and medical staff of violating the law by disclosing her daughter's confidential information. During her discussions with the detectives, Rosa was very rude and confrontational, arguing that her daughter's rights had been infringed upon. Rosa showed little concern for her daughter's actions and seemed indifferent to the death of her grandson. The autopsy of the baby was ongoing. It would take time to complete the autopsy and analyze the results to establish whether a crime had occurred. Only after the autopsy could the state prosecutor file charges against Alexei Trevizo and arrest her. During the investigation, the detective frequently spoke with the medical staff who were present that night. They also reviewed the clinic's surveillance footage. Doctors, nurses, and a cleaning person provided as much information as possible to the police. Many witnesses thought that Alexei knew what she was doing because she hurried to the restroom to give birth after realizing that her pregnancy had been discovered. They believed she intended to abandon the baby and trick the medical staff. However, her efforts to conceal the situation were apparent to the experienced doctors, and her plan ultimately failed. Alexei appeared confused and seemed to be hiding something as soon as she arrived at the hospital. She reluctantly agreed to undergo an ultrasound, tomography, tests, and examinations. In addition to Alexei's odd behavior, her mother, Rosa, also acted unusually. Rosa reacted explosively to the doctor's findings in the toilet. She yelled in anger at her daughter and everyone around. Meanwhile, Alexei looked depressed and remorseful. The doctor who examined Alexei that evening echoed Rosa's accusations, they believing she was lying about not knowing she was pregnant. Alexei had noticed her old clothes fitting tightly but dismissed it as a result of overeating. She had been taking birth control pills, but it was later discovered that she only started taking them after noticing her belly growing, which was too late to be effective. To confirm that she had given birth, the medical staff needed to locate the placenta, but none of them were able to find it. The circumstances surrounding her incident remained unclear, and the staff speculated that it might have been flushed down the toilet. There was a small possibility that this crucial piece of evidence was accidentally discarded with the garbage by the cleaning person. The restroom was filled with blood and numerous bloody paper towels during the cleaning. If the placenta had been torn apart small by hand, then it certainly won't be discovered in this bloody mess. The doctor on duty, who used a key to take Alexei out of the restroom, also provided a clue to the investigators. He was surprised by the amount of blood present. It was hard to determine exactly how much there was since blood covered the entire restroom, with traces on the walls and floor. The doctor was concerned that Alexei might harm herself. These concerns stemmed from Alexei's negative reaction to the news of her pregnancy and her fear of her mother. Doctors discovered Alexei's condition fairly quickly, and they routinely take a urine sample to confirm pregnancy, to ensuring that she does not take medications that could harm the fetus. After the incident, Alexei was returned to ward and given 4 fluids. The doctor observed that Alexei's mother, Rosa, reacted very poorly to the news of her pregnancy. It was clear that Alexei was terrified of her mother. She was visibly shaking with fear. Even after the doctors confirmed Alexei's serious situation with complete certainty, she continued to argue and deny the reality of her pregnancy. It was unusual for a 19-year-old cheerleader to refuse to accept such an obvious fact. She was so fearful of telling her mother about her sexual experience that she insisted she was still a virgin. This reaction isn't uncommon, as many teenagers are afraid of their parents' anger in sensitive situations. However, Alexei's behavior was particularly inappropriate. When it was no longer possible to deny the truth, she claimed that the baby simply came out while she was in the toilet. She insisted she did not understand what was happening, was scared, and didn't know what to do, but no one believed her story. Furthermore, it was evident that she was trying to conceal the incident by cleaning up the blood and hiding the baby's body in the trash, making her explanations utterly unbelievable. Initially, Rosa, believed that her daughter Alexei had suffered a miscarriage and did not see any issue with disposing of the fetus. However, the doctor examined the baby's body and informed Rosa that Alexei had actually given birth to a healthy, full-term baby who likely died from asphyxiation because of being stuffed in a trash bag. This revelation caused Rosa to become extremely upset, leading to a loss of control that resulted in her being asked to leave the area. After some time, Rosa calmed down and returned. After the police arrived, the attending doctor was taken aback when everyone had to leave the ward and restroom area so forensic experts could collect evidence. As a result, Alexei's relatives, who were updated on the situation, waited in the waiting room until she was discharged. Interestingly, none of them asked about the baby's condition, whether the child was alive, or if everything was okay. They also did not inquire about the baby's gender, including Alexei's boyfriend and his mother. The experienced doctor, who had been in practice for 10 years, had never seen such a reaction before. It seemed that Alexei's only concern was her mother's opinion, Rosa, indicating the significant influence Rosa had over her daughter. The doctors were genuinely worried about Alexei after the birth. The issue was that the placenta was missing, and Alexei did not disclose this information. In cases like this, the placenta can remain inside the body, which is very dangerous and can lead to severe bleeding or even death for the mother. Alexei was kept in the hospital for observation and was advised to see an obstetrician again. She needed a thorough examination to check for any remaining placenta, but it was never located. An ultrasound confirmed its absence, suggesting that Alexei may have disposed of it in the toilet. During her time in the hospital, Alexei had multiple discussions and examinations with doctors, yet she showed no concern for her child's well-being. She seemed indifferent about what would happen to the baby or where he would be buried. The doctors were again taken aback by Alexei's lack of emotion. The hospital staff were confused about how she managed to give birth to a relatively large baby so quickly in the restroom without making any noise. This is quite rare, making it hard to understand what actions she took to enable such a rapid delivery. The doctors quickly realized that the baby could not be revived. He had no heartbeat, was not breathing, and appeared blue. There were no signs of life. An experienced obstetrician, who had previously saved many newborns, was appalled by Alexei's decisions. All she needed to do was call for help and hand the baby to the doctors, and he could have been saved. However, she did not do so. After discussing the situation with the medical staff, the investigators spoke directly with Alexei. The investigation encountered many difficulties because Alexei had continuously caused trouble and hindered the detectives' work from the first days. They frequently had to remind her that they were not working with a teenager, but a 19-year-old woman who was legally an adult. To speak with Alexei alone, a police officer disguised himself in medical scrubs and approached her while her mother was not present. He urged her to be as honest as possible in answering his questions and repeated some previously asked ones. An important question is whether the baby breathed after Alexei gave birth. Once again, she recounted a story that the investigators were already familiar with, indicating her confusion about the incident. Alexei insisted that the baby was not breathing, which she believed meant the baby was stillborn. The investigators were unable to gather any valuable information from either Alexei or her mother. Later, forensic experts revealed that the baby's umbilical cord had been torn apart. Alexei had no tools in the restroom to cut it, and the condition of the tissue suggested she had bitten it with her own teeth. The placenta could not be located, although it should have been quite large since a full-term baby was born. It is likely that Alexei tore the placenta into small pieces and then flushed them down the toilet. The medical staff reported hearing multiple toilet flushes. The autopsy revealed that the newborn boy had no anatomical abnormalities or injuries. His lungs and heart were functioning normally at birth, and air was found in his lungs. Forensic experts estimated his gestational age to be around 38 weeks and concluded that the cause of death was suffocation. All evidence pointed to Alexei being guilty of murder under the law. On May 10, 2023, Alexei was charged with first-degree murder and for tampering with evidence to mislead the investigation. When Alexei was arrested, her mother was primarily concerned about whether the neighbors had seen the arrest and what they would learn about the upcoming trial. However, on May 16, Alexei was released after posting a $100,000 bail. At the beginning of her trial, she was allowed to complete high school. The conditions of her release mandated that she observe a curfew after 7 p.m. But she was not required to stay at home or wear a GPS ankle monitor. She could move freely around the city during her allowed hours. Alexei's lawyer highlighted that she had no previous legal issues or convictions prior to this incident. She was an excellent student and athlete, well regarded by her peers, and also sang in the school choir. Alexei graduated successfully and planned to attend the University of New Mexico. Despite this, at the time of questioning by the police, her main concern was the potential consequences for herself. Alexei's trial is scheduled for October 2023, and she has not yet entered a plea for any of the charges against her. The prosecution aims to build its case by highlighting the blatant falsehoods in the statements made by both Alexei and her mother. It has been determined that Alexei took numerous medications. Initially, these were contraceptives, and later she began using strong painkillers as well as weight loss products. On the other hand, the defense has pointed out various missteps by the medical personnel, including that Alexei took a painkiller upon arriving at the clinic, which could induce labor and potentially harm the baby. The defense attorney intends to blame the medical staff and highlight the breach of confidentiality regarding Alexei's information being shared in order to ensure her acquittal. Alexei Trevizo has not been charged with any additional crimes. The case of Laura Day. Laura Day was born in 1965 and lived in Orange, California at the age of 17. At the time, she was dating a 21-year-old college student named James Kendall. Although their relationship seemed to be going well, there was a problem. James was seeing other girls. Laura found out about this, and instead of ending the relationship, she decided to take revenge while hiding her true feelings. On May 11, 1982, James drove Laura home to Laguna Beach. After getting out of the pickup, she took a pistol from her car and shot James in the chest before shooting herself. James died at the scene, while Laura was shot in the shoulder and survived. Neighbors who heard the gunshots called 911, and emergency services arrived quickly. James died and Laura was taken to the hospital for treatment of her injuries. Initially, the police thought that a robbery might have taken place, based on Laura's story. However, they quickly doubted this idea when they found no signs of theft at the crime scene. The police discovered a note left by the Laura on a jeweler's business card, stating that she had intended to kill her boyfriend and then end her life, to escape responsibility for her actions. In reality, she was unable to carry out her plan to end her life. Instead, she shot herself in the shoulder to make it look like an attack on the couple. This is why she changed her story after she recovered. Laura was brought in for questioning by police. During the interview, her story changed several times. She tried to convince them that she was the victim of a robbery, but her testimony was confusing. She struggled to explain why she wrote a particular note or why James was shot with her gun. Eventually, under pressure, Laura confessed that she had committed the crime out of desperation, claiming that she had been a victim of violence and feared for her life. She described James as a cruel man who had abused her on a regular basis and had been having affairs with other girls, which had left her suffering. As the investigation continued, more details emerged. James had not only dated other girls, but had also intended to end their relationship. On the day of the murder, he had informed Laura of this. It seemed that she had anticipated this outcome. She had brought a gun, written a note, and shot him as part of her revenge plan. Laura was possessive and did not want to share him with anyone. After Laura was convicted of second-degree murder, she was sentenced to the California Department of Juvenile Welfare. While this option may seem milder than a typical adult prison sentence, being surrounded by other teenagers posed significant risks for her. Despite experiencing a few assaults, her time there was generally uneventful. Fortunately, Laura was released in 1987 after serving 5 years. While incarcerated, she pursued her education and earned a degree in psychology. After her release, it seemed that Laura had learned valuable lessons about discipline and reintegration into society. At first, this was true. In the early 1990s, she moved to Baltimore and worked as a nurse at a hospital. During this time, she also got married. However, she found the job too difficult and stressful, and the salary did not meet her expectations, leading her to quit and get a divorce. Club dancer, a job that suited her well. She earned good money with minimal effort and attracted a lot of attention due to her beauty. With many fans showering her with gifts, she became quite popular. However, her personal life was tumultuous. She got married twice more, but she did not get divorced after the first marriage and immediately entered into the second one. The competent authorities found out about this, and a case was opened against her. This led to a new trial in 1993. She faced charges, and the police suspected she was married to a third man as well. Ultimately, she received a 6-month suspended sentence. Unfortunately, this punishment did not deter her. Her reckless lifestyle continued to lead her into trouble. Just 2 years later, Laura was arrested again, this time for using a firearm. She shot up her own car and attempted to stage it as an accident. In an attempt to obtain insurance fraudulently, the scheme was uncovered. Additionally, the girl had stolen various items, including a ring valued at about $3,000. During the investigation, it was found that she had stolen everything from her neighbors. For her crimes of fraud and theft, she was sentenced to 7 years in prison. However, she only served 6 months before her sentence was overturned, and she was released. In 1997, Laura relocated to Corpus Christi, Texas, a city located on the Gulf Coast in the southern part of the state. During this time, she resumed her previous work as a dancer and became a well-known bikini model. She also expanded her activities by selling explicit images and adult content, which proved to be quite profitable. With her earnings, Laura was able to purchase a mansion by the ocean, fulfilling a lifelong dream. The woman remained dedicated to her ambitions and continuously pursued her happiness. During this time, she met a British man named Fieldy, and their romance blossomed quickly, leading to marriage. They soon welcomed a son, Cameron. Friends observed that she was a devoted mother who took Cameron to football games. Other mothers were wary of her, fearing she might attract their husbands. This concern was not entirely baseless. Although Laura and Fieldy's married life appeared happy, it was not as it seemed. Their family happiness was short-lived, and the marriage ended in the summer of 2011. At that time, Laura was working as a sales representative when she unexpectedly met a truck driver named David, who was 12 years younger than her. Laura's striking beauty caught the attention of all the men at her workplace. When Laura meets David, they begin talking and discover that both are unhappy in their marriages. David is married to Kelly, while Laura is bored with her boring husband, Fieldy. They begin to communicate regularly. Later, David informs Kelly that he is in love with someone else, which shocks her. Kelly accepts the situation and agrees to a divorce without trying to stop David's new relationship. Both Laura and David filed for divorce and soon moved in together. The couple spent most of their time together, with David's son, Taylor Searing, sometimes staying with them. Kelly, the boy's mother, was very wary of Laura, the woman who had broken up her marriage, and did not trust her. In order to build a relationship with Taylor and Kelly, Laura planned fun weekend activities for David and Taylor, such as baking cookies, going to the movies, and shopping. Through these efforts, Laura was able to bond with Taylor and improve her relationship with Kelly, David's ex-wife. Laura was very happy in her new marriage with David. They got married in August 2012 in Las Vegas. After the wedding, they moved into Laura's luxurious mansion, which had a large swimming pool. David worked as a truck driver and was often away from home, while Laura, who was not working at the time, enjoyed her days at home, enjoying her comfortable life. A tragic event occurred unexpectedly. On Friday, October 5, 2012, Laura picked Taylor up from school so he could spend the week with his father David. Laura had arranged this with his biological mother Kelly, who agreed to let her son stay with his father and spend time with him. On the way home, Taylor asked Laura if they could have a picnic at the beach. Laura agreed but wanted to feed the boy first, so they stopped at McDonald's for a snack. After lunch, they went home to pick up their clothes and beach gear before heading to the beach. However, when they arrived at the nearest beach, they found it very crowded. The parking lot was full and there were many people on the beach, making it noisy. Laura was surprised by the crowd, as it was still a weekday and not many people usually went to the beach at that time. Though Laura decided to drive further until she found a quieter, more suitable place. After choosing a good spot, they stopped and Laura let the child swim in the water. Normally, the boy wore a special life jacket, but that day he could not use it because his neck was injured and his collar was irritated. To avoid causing discomfort to the Taylor, Laura decided to let him swim without a life jacket, as she believed it was safe. She watched him for a few minutes and was pleased with how well Taylor swam. He always practiced in the pool at her house. Feeling reassured, she let him swim without a life jacket. At first, everything went smoothly as she watched him from the shore. However, after only a few minutes, something pulled the boy under the water and he disappeared from sight. Taylor sank and did not come up to the surface. Laura noticed the situation, felt scared and jumped into the water to look for the boy. She searched for the boy but couldn't find him. Just a few feet from where he had sunk, he floated to the surface and began to drift with the waves. Laura spotted Taylor, swam to him and yelled to try to wake him, but he was unresponsive. She pulled him to shore, but he wasn't breathing and showed no signs of life. She tried to remove the water from his lungs, but in her panic she couldn't perform CPR, even though she knew how. She called 911 for help, but the doctors told her it would take too long to get there because the resort was far from the city. Realizing this, Laura decided to take matters into her own hands. She put the boy in the car, got in the driver's seat, and drove herself to the hospital. Laura quickly delivered Taylor to the hospital after covering about 20 kilometers in just 30 minutes. She was screaming for help as she arrived. Despite efforts to resuscitate him, it was too late, and Taylor was pronounced dead. He had already turned blue, and medical staff confirmed his death. The doctors reported the incident to the police as part of standard procedure. The police contacted David at work to inform him of the tragic news. He immediately rushed to the hospital. Police also informed Kelly of the tragedy, and she hurried to the hospital to gather more information. Upon her arrival, Kelly learned only that her son had drowned. The doctors could not provide further details. Laura stood nearby and revealed that she had not told anyone about taking Taylor to the beach and had decided to go at his request. She described the situation as a tragic accident. Kelly begins screaming in the hospital, accusing Laura of causing her son's death. Laura appears emotionless, showing that she does not care. The child's father, David, blames Kelly for not taking care of their son. To everyone's surprise, it is revealed that the boy was with Laura at the beach at the time of the incident. Kelly was especially upset that Laura had allowed the boy to swim without a life jacket, despite the strong waves that could be dangerous even for adults. The waves were indeed powerful, and there was a dangerous undercurrent that could easily sweep away a child or even an adult. Every responsible adult understands the risks of allowing children to swim in such conditions, so Kelly was left wondering why Laura had acted so recklessly. This negligence ultimately led to the tragic death of the child. The police continued their investigation and began to notice inconsistencies in Laura's account. First, they discovered that the hospital she chose was not the closest to the beach. The child could have been taken to a nearer hospital or to a fire station, where help was readily available. Laura claimed she hadn't considered the fire station, suggesting that panic might have clouded her judgment. Second, the police found it hard to believe that Laura, who had taken a nursing course and worked in a hospital, couldn't administer first aid to the boy. The operator had provided her with phone instructions that even a beginner could follow, and she should have been able to manage the situation. Instead, she chose to drive to a hospital 30 minutes away, despite knowing that brain damage can occur within 5 minutes without oxygen. Her decision seemed illogical under the circumstances. This situation raised many questions about Laura. Laura, David, and the child's mother, Kelly, were taken to the police station for questioning. During the interrogation, Laura displayed no emotion, showing no signs of regret for what had happened. She kept her head down and avoided making eye contact with the police while answering their questions. Her statements were confusing and lacked detail, revealing that her entire account was fabricated. When asked how deep the boy had gone when he disappeared under the water, she simply said he was cute and claimed he had been swept away by a wave, insisting it all happened very quickly. Her behavior was highly suspicious. The Kelly was heartbroken over the loss of her son and blamed Laura for not watching him. David was also deeply affected by the tragedy, and the tension between the parents intensified the sorrow. The loss of her son was devastating for Kelly, as he meant everything to her. It was revealed that Taylor's father wanted full custody of him, wanting to ensure they would always be together. David was actively working with lawyers to achieve this. The police considered this a possible motive for the murder. Laura, who was possessive and had previously given her son to her ex-husband to focus on her personal life, likely did not support her David's desire for full custody. She may have felt that the boy was a threat to her relationship with David and decided to remove that threat. The police further explored David's relationship with Laura by asking him about it. He responded that they seemed to get along well, at least from his perspective. However, he soon began searching for information about his wife online and uncovered troubling details about her past. She had shot her boyfriend, faced accusations of bigamy, and was involved in fraud, theft, and adult content. This revelation shocked him, making it feel as if he was learning about a completely different person. Unable to cope with the information, he confronted Laura, who reassured him that her past was not dangerous or malicious. She explained that her boyfriend had abused her, and she had acted in self-defense. Trusting her words, David decided not to take any action, believing she posed no threat. Consequently, he continued to leave her alone with their son, a decision that ultimately led to the Taylor's tragic death. Police reviewed Laura's extensive criminal history and were shocked. A woman with a past of murder might be capable of repeating such an act. After considering all aspects of the case, police concluded that her actions indicated a willful disregard for the child's safety and criminal negligence. Initially, she failed to inform her parents about her plans, which she should have done to seek their permission. Instead of stopping at a busy public beach, she chose a deserted area. She allowed her son to swim without a life jacket and did not keep an eye on him. When she eventually retrieved him from the water, she was unable to perform basic first aid and instead went to the hospital, which severely compromised the child's chances of survival. Given her medical training, she was fully aware of this. Laura Day was arrested and charged with capital murder. The investigation was ongoing. Meanwhile, a large-scale experiment was conducted using a dummy that matched the deceased child's parameters. However, the experiment did not yield the expected results. The body did not surface as Laura had claimed. This raised doubts about her story. Less than 24 hours after her arrest, she posted $50,000 bail for her release. She was released with restrictions, including a prohibition on being in places where children gather, as she was deemed a potential threat to their safety. At that time, her husband still believed in Laura's innocence and stood by her side. He was deeply affected by the tragedy and was considering moving to Florida with her once the charges were dropped, viewing the situation as a misunderstanding. Despite being restricted from leaving, Laura, the main suspect, acted as if nothing had happened. Just a few days later, she went shopping at a mall, attempting to disguise herself with a wig, but a police officer recognized her, and she could no longer escape scrutiny. On December 4, 2012, she was arrested again for violating her bail conditions. Laura maintained her innocence regarding all charges. The police were conducting a thorough investigation, gathering evidence piece by piece. A witness emerged, stating that there was no panic or urgency to save the boy that day. According to him, Laura calmly took the boy and left the beach with a satisfied expression, even waving goodbye and smiling cheerfully. In January 2013, at the trial, the main piece of evidence against Laura in Taylor's murder was the testimony of a witness. The witness described seeing a woman, presumably Laura, leaving the scene looking content and happy, rather than panicked and anxious. The prosecution argued that Laura's unusual decision to deviate from her usual routine of picking up her son with her husband showed that she had planned ahead. Taking the boy away from his mother earlier under the pretext of spending more time with his father, despite the fact that his father was at work and not present. Laura did not inform anyone about going to the beach. Instead, she chose a secluded spot where there weren't any people around and sent Taylor into the water without a life jacket, seemingly waiting for him to drown in the strong waves. After he was in trouble, she slowly pulled him out, confirmed he wasn't breathing, and failed to attempt any life-saving measures. Instead of waiting for the ambulance, which may have arrived before her, she drove to a distant hospital, wasting the precious final minutes of the child's life. It was only due to a witness who accidentally arrived at the beach while she was leaving and testified against her that Laura was held accountable for her actions. During the trial, several witnesses pointed to inconsistencies in Laura's testimony. For example, she initially mentioned that she and Taylor had stopped by the house to pick up their swimsuits before heading to the beach. However, it was later revealed that she had brought all of her swimsuits, suggesting that she had prepared for the trip in advance. This raised doubts about how she could have anticipated that the boy would invite her to the beach. Additionally, her decision to remove the boy's life jacket was unusual, as he usually swam with it on. Her explanation for this decision seemed implausible, and there were no signs of irritation or injury to Taylor's skin. It became clear that the boy had swum far from the shore, creating a safety risk even though he had the necessary skills. Laura, despite having basic first aid knowledge from her hospital experience, was unable to help the boy. This inability raised doubts about her intentions and whether her actions contributed to the child's death. The mistrust of Laura stemmed from her past conviction for murder and her history of appearing in crime reports. The prosecution argued that she had not learned from her time in prison, suggesting that jealousy, which motivated her previous crime, may have influenced her actions toward the Taylor. The prosecutor suggested that jealousy over the boy was a motive for Laura's actions, arguing that she wanted her husband to focus all his attention on her rather than on his son. This was described as a cruel and selfish act driven by her possessiveness. In contrast, the defense pointed out that no one witnessed the boy's death, making it impossible to know exactly what happened and casting doubt on the prosecution's claims. A witness only saw Laura and the boy leaving the beach, and the autopsy revealed no signs of violent death on Taylor's body, suggesting that Laura did not drown him. Statistics indicate that approximately 800 children and teenagers in the United States die each year due to accidental drowning. The prosecution made a significant point about Laura's inability to perform first aid, which strengthened their case against her. Laura exhibited unusual behavior. She was anxious about being alone and often sought attention through her dramatic appearance. She was very impulsive and viewed other women as competition, which resulted in her having no female friends. Laura showed signs of extreme fear of being alone, both during and after the trial. At times, Laura perceived Kelly as a threat. Despite facing the possibility of life in prison, Laura did not appear overly concerned about her future. At one point, she asked her husband, David, if he loved her more than his ex-wife Kelly, which seemed inappropriate in such a situation. Laura seemed obsessed with being the central figure in David's life, viewing the child as a rival. While the child was alive, it would have been a link between Kelly and David, which may have hindered Laura's ambitions. This obsessive thinking may have led her to rationalize her choice to eliminate the child as a form of self-defense. In her mind, she was protecting her relationship with David. At first, David stood by his wife, Laura. However, as the investigation progressed and new evidence emerged, he came to believe that Laura intentionally killed their child. This realization prompted him to file for divorce, resulting in the end of their marriage. In June 2013, Laura Day was convicted and sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole. Despite her conviction, Laura continues to assert her innocence. Although the prosecution presented strong arguments, the lack of direct evidence against her led some to question the court's decisions. Currently, even in prison, Laura remains hopeful. She has found a new partner during her incarceration and has begun a new relationship, despite knowing she will spend the rest of her life behind bars. The case of Josh Niles. In 2018, a young couple, Josh Niles and Amber Washburn, moved to Carlton Street in the small town of Sodus, New York, population about 8,000. Josh, then 28, grew up in Newark, Wayne County, in a family of 5 siblings. Amber, 4 years younger than Josh, had been dating him for years, but they had never officially married. Josh had 2 children from a previous marriage, and his 2 children currently lived with him and Amber. In addition, the couple raised another child together, named Joshua Jr. Amber got along well with her boyfriend's children and treated them like family. Life went on as usual. Josh had saved some money and was planning to start a small business. Amber took care of the children and was also planning to find a job. The couple wanted to get married and live a happy family life. But this story will not have a happy ending. At approximately 2 p.m. on October 22, 2018, Josh Niles left his home to go to work. He started his car and pulled into his driveway, then noticed a man sitting on a bench near his house. He realized the man was waiting for him, so Josh went outside to meet the stranger. According to neighbors who happened to notice the 2 men, they talked for a while and both appeared to be very stressed. Then, gunshots rang out. The stranger shot Josh. At the same time, Amber was returning to the house and backing into the house. Minutes after Josh was murdered, the attacker fled. Josh was now lying on the ground, bleeding profusely. Amber sat in the car and screamed her boyfriend's name. Suddenly, the attacker shot through the windshield of the car, hitting Amber in the head. It all happened so fast that Amber, who witnessed the attack, had no time to escape, although she tried to hide. A neighbor who witnessed the incident quickly ran home when she heard the gunshots. Not knowing where the gunshots came from, she closed the door and prayed for it to end quickly. Then everything became quiet. The distraught neighbor quickly called 911 to report the shooting. Patrol officers arrived shortly after and found Josh's body next to his car, where he had suffered multiple gunshot wounds to the chest. They discovered Amber's car when the officers checked on Amber, who was also dead, and in the back seat was her 4-year-old son, Joshua Jr., eating McDonald's fried chicken. The autistic child did not understand what had happened. The important thing was that he was alive. The other children suddenly disappeared from both the car and the house. Where could they have gone? It was later discovered that they were at school and safe. During the investigation of the crime scene, the police found approximately 13 spent shell casings. Josh had been shot 12 times and Amber had suffered a fatal head injury. It was clear that the attacker was primarily targeting Josh and that Amber may have been killed simply because she witnessed the incident. Most witnesses did not realize that they had heard gunshots, mistaking them for fireworks. However, some eyewitness accounts have been proven valid. They described the attacker as a man dressed in black clothing and wearing a green hat. Unfortunately, his face was obscured and could not be seen from a distance. After the shooting, the suspect fled through the backyards of nearby homes without a vehicle. Police quickly began interviewing anyone who may have seen a man matching that description and are also searching for surveillance camera footage in the area to gather more information about the attack. Due to insufficient information, authorities decided to close the nearest school, and the police deployed search dogs, suspecting that the fugitive might still be in the vicinity. The search lasted several hours but did not result in finding the attacker. The investigation led police to a remote parking lot where the lights were off. It is believed that the criminal entered a car and drove away, making it impossible for the dogs to track any scent further. The only evidence discovered by detectives was a ski mask found in a trash can at the parking lot. Neighbors of the victims reported seeing a man wearing a similar mask fleeing the scene, but he also had a hood on, preventing them from identifying any facial features. Witnesses noted that this man had been seen in the area prior to the shooting, behaving cautiously as if he were watching someone. The locals were frightened. This was the first time something like this had happened in their quiet, peaceful town. They worried that the criminal, still at large, might endanger others. However, the police believed this was a targeted attack and that the criminal did not pose a threat to the wider community. They worked to reassure the public and recognized that their top priority was to find and arrest the attacker to ensure the city's safety. They committed all their resources to this effort. Police determined that this was not a random act, like a robbery, but a targeted attack. The criminal knew Amber and Josh by name. The attacker was also a skilled marksman, accurately shooting Josh with the first shot. But who would want to harm this young couple? Police began looking into the family's acquaintances and friends to identify potential suspects. The first people to raise suspicions were Josh's ex-wife, Charlene Childers, and her husband, Tim Dean. Josh and Charlene's first marriage was unsuccessful. Josh, at 16, met Charlene through a mutual friend, and they quickly started dating. When Charlene faced issues at home, she moved in with Josh and his parents. In July 2009, they had a daughter, got married, and moved into their own home. 5 years later, they welcomed another child. However, their relationship was tumultuous. Josh was obstinate, and Charlene often instigated arguments. They frequently fought, which ultimately led to their divorce. Afterwards, Charlene relocated with their children to San Ray, Texas. Post-divorce, a custody battle ensued, with both parents vying for full custody of the children. Soon after moving to Texas, Charlene remarried James Childers, but that marriage ended in divorce shortly thereafter. She then entered a relationship with Tim Dean, whom she later married. Tim displayed abusive behavior, becoming violent towards both Charlene and her children. Not long before a tragic incident, Tim physically assaulted Charlene's daughter. When the girl refused to eat one day, Tim struck her in the face, an event that was recorded by his wife, who dismissed it at the time. Subsequently, the video was shared on social media, reaching Josh, the child's father. Josh reported the situation to the police, leading to an investigation that confirmed his claims. Tim was arrested and charged with child abuse. As a result, the children of Josh and Charlene were returned to their father, Josh, due to Tim's abusive behavior and Charlene's lack of action. It seemed likely that Josh would gain full custody of the children. Their lives appeared to be improving until October 2018, when tragedy struck. During this time, a heated argument erupted between Josh and Charlene over custody of the children. Police contacted Charlene, who was in Texas at the time and could not have participated in the attack on the couple. She learned about the incident through social media, where she found news reports about the attack. Charlene was initially concerned for her children but was relieved to learn that they were safe. She maintained that she had nothing to do with the crime as she had not been near the location of the incident. Her alibi was verified, leading the police to remove her from the list of suspects. Relatives of the victims, Josh and Amber, were shocked by the news. They quickly provided vital information to the police, suspecting that Josh's ex-wife, Charlene, and her husband were involved as they had frequently argued with Josh and had made threats against him. They believed that no one else could have committed the crime, noting that the attack was clearly personal. At the same time, forensic experts were meticulously investigating the crime scene and comparing gathered evidence. It became clear that the Josh and the shooter had a prior relationship, as they had spoken before the attack, and the shooter knew Amber's name. The police suspected the murder was premeditated, especially since neighbors reported seeing the shooter waiting for the couple and noted that nothing was stolen despite 12 shots being fired. Josh's neighbors and friends say that Josh and Amber, although new to the area, were polite and friendly, but his ex-wife Charlene described Josh differently. She described him as unpredictable and capable of using violence during arguments. Charlene also mentioned that he had issues with drugs. The police verified this information, finding archived records that showed he had smoked in his youth. Despite these revelations, Charlene supported the father of her children and felt outraged that someone had taken him from them. Her statements about drug use led police to form new theories. They considered the possibility that someone with serious addictions could become involved in criminal activities, making the shooting potentially related to a drug dispute. It has been speculated that he may have been in debt to drug dealers, but these theories have never been confirmed. A toxicology report found no alcohol or drugs in the murdered couple's systems. Their relatives claim that they did not use any substances, and no evidence of drugs was found in their home. After reviewing the couple's text messages and phone calls, police concluded that they had no connection to drug dealers, making this theory seem unlikely. The police then focused on Josh's close associates and found no suspicious individuals. All the evidence pointed to Charlene, who married Tim in 2018. They began investigating Tim and his possible involvement in the crime. It was discovered that Tim and Charlene had met while working in Texas, Charlene working at an animal rescue service and Tim working at the police department. Tim quickly begins a romance with Charlene, but he is known to be aggressive and has a troubled past, leading some to suspect he may have committed murder. His history of child abuse further tarnishes his reputation. Surprisingly, Tim Dean was previously a police chief in Texas but was fired in disgrace after an incident involving a child. With his reputation damaged, he struggles to find new employment and eventually takes a job delivering fast food. At the same time, rumors spread that Tim wanted revenge for being fired from the police, specifically targeting Josh, who had caused him trouble. Meanwhile, Charlene had a chance to regain custody of her children from her previous marriage. There was a lawsuit to settle the custody dispute, but Charlie was determined not to back down. She wanted children and was willing to fight Josh in court. In August 2018, she traveled to New York, where the court informed her that she would not be awarded custody while she was married and living with Tim Dean, a man accused of abuse. She promised to divorce Tim for the sake of the children, which brought more attention to him from the police. Not only did Tim lose his job, he also faced the possibility of losing his wife, his home, and everything he had worked for over the years. He may have had a motive for killing Josh, to get revenge and gain custody of his wife's children. Additionally, he had no alibi at the time of the murder, making him the prime suspect. However, strong evidence was needed to arrest and prosecute. The police began gathering more information and obtained a search warrant and wiretapped Tim's phone calls, which led to the discovery of crucial information. It turns out that just before the shooting, Tim had an accident 400 kilometers from New York in a rental car, all in Kansas. Tim Dean made it to New York, but it was completely unclear why he was there and why he disappeared so quickly. This made him even more suspicious. After the attack, police discovered the crash and traced Tim's rental car to a mechanic who towed it after the incident. The mechanic reported that when he repaired the car, he found multiple magazines containing various caliber bullets, a handgun, and a bulletproof vest in the trunk. The black bulletproof vest, which lacked armor inserts and was typically used for sport shooting or hunting, had pockets and ammunition pouches. The police viewed surveillance footage from car rental companies. Tim went to several car rental companies and rented a car from one. He paid in cash, which the company refused to accept, drawing attention to him for being refused. Tim chose to rent a car instead of using his own, and the fact that he paid in cash aroused the police's suspicions. It appeared that, as an experienced police officer, he had gone to great lengths to conceal his actions, but still left a trail of evidence from the accident, where his real name was revealed. This gave the police reason to arrest him and conduct a more thorough investigation into Tim's involvement in the murder. Tim Dean was arrested and taken to the police station for questioning. He shared a very unbelievable statement about wanting to take a long trip to work things out with Charlene after they had a disagreement. He mentioned that he went to New York to talk to her uncle, hoping that he could help mend their relationship. However, Tim did not confirm that he had ever met Josh and Amber, the victims of the case. Despite the many coincidences, all of the police's suspicions were not confirmed, as there was too little information and Tim denied any involvement in the case. The police were forced to release Tim, but they continued to investigate the information. Tim Dean rented a car for his trip under the name of his friend and former colleague, Braun Bowler, instead of his own. This led police to question Braun. During questioning, Braun claimed that he had no knowledge of Tim's plans and was only helping a friend. However, the police suspected that he was not being completely honest and urged him to share any information he might have. The police warned Braun that if Tim was convicted and it was discovered that Braun had concealed important information, he could be considered an accomplice and face serious consequences. To verify his honesty, the police planned to use a lie detector, but Braun failed. He then revealed to the police that there was a double murder plot being carried out at Tim Dean's home. The two experienced police officers meticulously planned the details to avoid detection and escape responsibility for the crime. During the investigation, it was decided to rent a car for Tim through a friend, without his name on any documents to avoid detection. The plan almost worked. The former cop planned to get to New York while avoiding attention. However, his plan was ruined by an accident. Charlene, the ex-wife of Josh the man who was shot, was also involved in the plot. Tim Dean was charged with committing the crime for her benefit. After losing custody of their children, Charlene became the driving force behind the crime. According to Ron's testimony, she informed Tim that Josh and Amber needed to be removed so that her life could return to normal. She also used her credit card to provide additional money to rent a second car. Since Tim only had cash, which was not accepted by businesses in Kansas, it was clear that Charlene was complicit in the crime after he fled the scene of the accident. 2 weeks after the double murder, the suspects were arrested and faced 6 charges, including first-degree murder, second-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and illegal possession of a weapon. Charlene was charged with manslaughter and illegal possession of a weapon, while Braun was charged with being an accessory. Charlene confessed to the crime and cooperated with police in hopes of receiving a lighter sentence. However, her help was insignificant, as police had enough evidence to file charges. Notably, a ski mask found by the dogs contained Tim's DNA, which was confirmed by forensic analysis. Tim Dean, the shooter, consistently claimed he was innocent, but ultimately, he was found guilty on all charges and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Throughout the trial, hearings, and sentencing, Tim remained calm and showed no signs of regret or remorse. He did not engage with the victim's family at all. Tim is currently serving his sentence at Clinton Correctional Facility in New York State. Braun Bowler, who was involved in the case, received a 3-year sentence but was released after serving 16 months. Charlene was convicted and sentenced to prison. However, because she assisted the police, her sentence was reduced to 28 years, far less than the maximum possible sentence. She is eligible for parole in 2042 and is currently incarcerated at the Belford Hills Correctional Facility for Women in New York. Charlene's sister received custody of her 2 children, and Amber's parents received custody of the deceased couple's son. Out that the boy had autism, so the grandparents had to learn to raise a special child. The case of David Camm. David Camm was born in 1964 in Albany, Indiana, USA. He grew up to be a healthy and famous young man, especially popular with women. In 1984, he met Kimberly Wren, a beautiful woman who instantly captured his heart. The two quickly realized their feelings for each other. Nevertheless, their love was complicated by the fact that David was already married to his high school sweetheart. From his marriage, he had a daughter, but he began a secret relationship with Kimberly. Eventually, this affair was discovered, leading to his divorce. 3 years later, David and Kimberly got married. Kimberly believed she had found the love of her life and hoped to spend forever with him. Unfortunately, David was not the perfect husband she thought he was. Only 3 years after the wedding day, David met a new woman, Stephanie McCarthy, at the fitness center where he regularly trained. They initially developed a close friendship that endured. Even after David had a son, Bradley, from his marriage to Kimberly in 1993. During this time, David maintained friendly relations with the fitness trainer, Stephanie. For 2 years, David and Stephanie's connection remained platonic, partly because Stephanie had a lover at the time, but the attraction between them was evident. After Stephanie broke up with her lover in 1994, David seized the opportunity to ask her out. Without hesitation, he made his intentions clear and went public with the affair, openly taking Stephanie to car races, restaurants, and a nightclub. Kimberly began to suspect her husband David was being unfaithful while she was pregnant with their second child. When confronted, David admitted to having an affair with his fitness trainer. This thing led to the demise of their marriage. At 5 months pregnant, Kimberly asked David to move out of their home. He called his mother to see if he could move back in, but she refused, causing him to become furious. His parents' failure to help him, instead siding with Kimberly, left David feeling rejected. As the conversation escalated, David started smashing the kitchen, prompting his mother to call the police. Despite the police being called, they did not take any action against David due to his being a colleague. Instead, they advised him to calm down and avoid tarnishing the reputation of the police force. The marriage eventually ended, and David moved into a new apartment, where his new girlfriend Stephanie joined him, even though she had her own place. This move further alienated David from his relatives, who sided with Kimberly and were appalled by his betrayal. David filed for divorce right when Kimberly, his pregnant wife, needed him most, as she was about to give birth to their second child. Their baby girl, Jill, was born on February 28, 1995. On the day of the birth, David was absent. Instead, David's parents were there to provide support to Kimberly, who had been left alone by her husband. David's new relationship with Stephanie was also short-lived. It ended in March 1995 when he found out that she had been secretly meeting her ex-boyfriend at the gym where she worked. To David's dismay, Stephanie had been developing feelings for her ex again. David initially suspected something when Stephanie began disappearing on dates, and eventually, he discovered the truth. When he confronted Stephanie after she returned home late from work, he became enraged. Feeling betrayed, David pulled out his 9mm pistol, threatening to harm her and then himself. Luckily, he was talked out of doing something reckless. After this tumultuous confrontation, Stephanie left David, and it became clear that she had gone back to her ex-boyfriend, ending their relationship. Following his introspective moment, David reached out to his ex-wife Kimberly to apologize for past mistakes. To his surprise, she was still emotionally invested in him and chose to forgive him. As it happened, Kimberly was going through a difficult time and needed support, creating a perfect opportunity for David to make amends and rekindle their relationship. David took the opportunity, he packed his belongings and moved back in with Kimberly, and also managed to improve his relationship with his parents. They were pleased to see their son think things through and subsequently offered their renewed support. Kimberly later started a well-paying job at an insurance company, while David left his position as a police officer, despite having over 10 years of experience. He transitioned to working with his uncle at a waterproofing store. Turns out, he quit being a police officer not by accident. The real reason comes from the fact that he already has many stains on his record, due to facing many complaints of inappropriate behavior. David changed careers and found that his new job as a store employee actually paid more than his previous role as a patrol officer. His uncle's success in the store likely contributed to this positive change. David and his wife, Kimberly, were able to fulfill their long-held dream of building a home in Georgetown, Indiana. This new house symbolized the healing of their relationship and indicated that everything was going well again. It felt as though life had finally returned to normal. The family was happy in many ways, and David's transformation played a significant role in this. Kimberly noticed that he had changed for the better. He started spending much more time with their son and daughter. However, this positive change only scratched the surface. The reality is David's struggle with addiction to a carefree lifestyle was still present. In 1997, he met an old friend, Michelle, and he secretly began an affair. They would meet in the back seat of his car, but the relationship ended quickly when Michelle learned about David's marriage and children. However, David did not give up and quickly found another love interest. Her name was Lisa, the girlfriend of one of David's friends. David would repeat the same pattern over and over again. He is constantly looking for new lovers, ignoring Kimberly's parents' requests that he change his ways. David was assertive, and also had a short temper, and would become angry if his advances were rejected. However, he would quickly lose interest in the women he pursued and move on to someone new. This dissolute behavior went on behind his wife's back for about 6 years. On September 28, 2000, Kimberly picked up her youngest daughter, Jill, 5 years old, from dance class. Jill was experiencing sharp pain in her lower abdomen, so they decided to leave class early. She also picked up her 7-year-old son, Bradley, from his swimming lessons. According to the neighbors, who lived next door, Kimberly and the children returned home around 7:30 p.m. The neighbors saw Kimberly pulling into her driveway in her car. Kimberly opened the garage door and drove inside, spending a considerable amount of time there. The neighbors didn't know what happened there. They didn't pay any attention to her, but a few times, when they looked out the window, they saw her car was still there. No screams or strange noises were heard until 9:20 p.m. At that time, David was playing basketball and came home late from the game. Therefore, he rushed back home to avoid arguing with his wife and put the children to bed in time. The drive home took about 5 minutes. Upon arriving home around 9:30 p.m., he was surprised to find the garage door still open. As he entered, he was met with a horrific scene. His wife, Kimberly, half naked and lying in a pool of blood, had a gunshot wound to the head. The car's driver's side door was open, and their children were in the back seat. Their daughter Jill was alive, but their son Bradley seemed lifeless. However, David saw Bradley flinch and believed the boy could still be saved, so he then rushed to pull Bradley out of the car. David, a former police officer, found Bradley still warm and attempted to administer first aid. Unfortunately, it was too late, and the child had already passed away. In a state of panic, David immediately called 911 and informed the dispatcher of the tragedy. He requested that all available paramedics and police officers be sent to his house. As his wife and children were dead, David then rushed to his uncle's house, which was nearby. His uncle, a serviceman, was shocked by the news and grabbed his gun to accompany David back to the house. Upon their return, David overcome with grief, and his uncle had to physically restrain him from re-entering the house. Soon after, police and an ambulance arrived at the scene. Police initially believed the murder was linked to a botched robbery, in which Kimberly and her children returned home at an unfortunate time and were attacked. However, there were no signs of forced entry, and the home's contents were intact. Kimberly was found with her pants down and her shoes neatly placed on the roof of the car. This led detectives to suspect that a sexual assault had occurred, and it was believed that she was shot to prevent her from being a witness, especially since her children were also killed. However, the crime scene didn't appear to be a random. Only 3 shell casings were found at the scene, matching the number of shots to the head, with no stray bullets or evidence of a wild shooting spree. A forensic examination revealed skin cells under Kimberly's fingernails, which were forwarded to the lab for DNA testing. Additionally, a palm print was found on the card used by Kimberly. Another significant piece of evidence was a gray sweatshirt discovered in the back seat with her deceased son, Bradley. Based on this evidence, the possibility of robbery was dismissed, although the theory of rape remained under investigation. The police began to focus on David Cam, a former policeman, as their primary suspect, as it is often the closest individuals who are involved. Although David had never displayed aggression towards his family before this incident, his depraved lifestyle became a point of interest for detectives. If before it was just a reason for neighbors and colleagues to discuss, now it is more like a motive for murder. It was rumored that the relationship was deteriorating, possibly heading toward divorce due to infidelity, which may have led David to feel desperate or vengeful. Additionally, a new clue was found just days before the murder. The life insurance payout unexpectedly increased. This detail further fueled the investigation. Interrogating David, a former police officer, was very difficult because he was familiar with investigative techniques. As a result, detectives employed alternative strategies. They pressured him to confess, suggesting all evidence pointed to him, but David consistently denied any involvement. He asserted that he had no connection to the family's murder and never wished them harm. According to David, his marriage to Kimberly was not always smooth, they experiencing issues common in relationships. He candidly admitted to constantly cheating on his wife but claimed to still love her and their children. He expressed surprise that he did not know who could harm his wife and children. He also said that both he and his wife had very good relationships with people around them and that his wife had no enemies. A forensic examination revealed that Kimberly had not been raped, but their daughter, Jill, showed signs of inflammation, which could be a sign of violence or a genitourinary condition, although the experts did not properly note this in the report. The autopsy confirmed that 3 people died between 7:30 and 8:30 p.m. David's behavior was suspicious, particularly when he initially refused to hand over his clothes to investigators, but he eventually consented. He also willingly provided samples for DNA testing. However, following this, David began to threaten the detective in charge of the interrogation, claiming that if he went to jail, he would return to kill them all. Forensic experts inspected the crime scene and compared the evidence found with the condition of the bodies. Upon arrival, a specialist noticed a strong smell of bleach at the scene. They found a large bucket and a mop, indicating someone had attempted to clean up blood stains and rearrange the furniture. Detectives suspect that this was deliberately intended to eliminate evidence. Robbers or rapists typically do not clean up after themselves. There were several unusual elements in the case, such as signs of cleaning, Kimberly being undressed, an unknown sweatshirt on Bradley, and Jill having unexplained injuries. These factors suggested that the scene had been staged, and David, an experienced policeman, it is entirely possible to do this. The police had significant doubts about the fingerprints found on the car. The vehicle had been parked in public places every day, meaning the fingerprints could belong to any city resident and weren't necessarily linked to the crime. Accurately identifying the owner of the fingerprints was not possible. Another puzzling aspect was the position of Kimberly's shoes. It had been removed from her feet and neatly placed on the car's roof. Investigators considered 2 theories. One suggested that Kimberly had taken off her shoes while still in the car and put them on the roof when she exited. However, it was unclear why she would do this. Perhaps she drove without shoes, but David insisted that his wife never drove that way. The second hypothesis is, the criminal could have had a strange obsession with women's shoes. Besides, the gray sweatshirt found on Bradley was not recognized by David. He had no knowledge of its origin or ownership, suggesting it likely belonged to the criminal. But why was it on the child? Based on the evidence collected, 36-year-old David Cam was arrested for the murder of his family, facing charges for 3 murders. During the trial, the microscopic blood spatter on his clothes became the primary evidence of his guilt. The motive was thought to stem from infidelity and promiscuity, which drove him to commit extreme acts. Neighbors testified that they heard gunshots coming from the garage around 9:20 p.m. as soon as David returned home. The prosecution maintained that David was guilty, while the defense presented counterarguments. Experts noted that if David had shot someone at close range, there would have been an amount of blood splatter on his clothes. In many more visible stains. David claimed to have an alibi, with 11 witnesses confirming that he had been at a basketball game until at least 9 p.m. This was also backed up by billing records from his cell phone. Despite this, the prosecutors argued that they had compelling reasons to consider him the murderer. They questioned his alibi, citing his affairs. 12 women he had recently been involved with testified that he had flirted with them and used his police badge and uniform to approach there. The DNA evidence from the crime scene was expected to be the primary proof of David's guilt. However, testing revealed no match with David's DNA. Additionally, the handprint found on the vehicle did not belong his. Despite analyzing all collected materials through a criminal database, no connections were found. Ultimately, investigators discovered 8 microscopic drops of blood on David's clothes, which were identified as belonging to his daughter, Jill. An expert witness at the crime scene initially suggested that the blood drops found on clothing could only result a point-blank shooting. However, it was later discovered that this person was just an ordinary photographer and not a forensic scientist. Despite this, he acted as a forensic scientist during the first trial and drew significant conclusions. Additionally, David's alibi was also questioned. 11 witnesses consistently testified that he was going to the game and could not have been home when the murder occurred. Furthermore, David would have needed to shower and change his clothes afterwards. Medical examinations of Jill revealed that the trauma to her genitals was due to inflammation she was experiencing at the time. This led to the rejection of the original theory that David had perpetrated sexual violence against his daughter. The defense argued that the tiny blood droplets, once considered crucial evidence of guilt, were too small to accuse. They contended that if David had repeatedly shot his children and wife, there would have been a larger amount of blood and bigger stains. They claimed that these small blood stains on David's shirt were from him reaching over Jill to help Bradley out of the car. On March 17, 2002, David Cam was found guilty of murdering 3 individuals and was sentenced to 195 years in prison. He quickly appealed the decision, claiming that the trial had been unfair and that he had been wrongly convicted. In August 2004, the Supreme Court agreed to hear his appeal. However, the prosecution maintained that David was responsible for the murders of his family. A retrial took place in 2005, during which it was discovered that some DNA evidence had not been compared with existing databases by the police. This raises suspicions that there may have been a plot to harm David. The investigators had not pursued other suspects and focused solely on him. After the retrial, police re-examined the DNA samples from the crime scene and found a match with a criminal named Charles Bonney, who had been recently released from prison. Charles acknowledged that a sweatshirt found at the scene belonged to him, but claimed he had donated it to the Salvation Army long before the crime and did not know what had happened to it. Charles owned a pair of fancy women's shoes and had previously been involved in 3 kidnappings of women. He was also known by the nickname Ridge, which was written on a sweatshirt that was found but could not be identified. Forensic analysis of the evidence revealed that palm prints, DNA from the clothes, and DNA from Kimberly's underwear and under her fingernails all matched Charles. Before committing the crime, he was out on bail and was a suspect to the police, who later summoned him for questioning. During the interrogation, Charles denied any involvement in the murder and lied in response to all police inquiries. He frequently changed his story. Eventually, he claimed that he had gone to David's house to sell him a gun. According to him, after purchasing the weapon, David shot his entire family. Charles stated that he was still in the house at the time but felt compelled to remain silent because he was threatened with death. He insisted that he tried to escape but accidentally tripped over one of Kimberly's shoes. He tried to present himself as a good person, explaining to the police that he had picked up Kimberly's shoes and placed them on the roof of car. However, he could not account for how his DNA was found on Kimberly's underwear and body, despite claiming he had not touched her. Everyone believed that Charles's claims were false. During a re-examination of the evidence, experts discovered a new set of DNA samples belonging to Charles's ex-girlfriend, which had been found at the crime scene by accident. She was questioned, and it emerged that on the night of the murder, Charles had returned home in a disturbed state, nervous, covered in blood, and breathing heavily. Additionally, he was found to have a gun. Meanwhile, Charles showed a keen interest in the investigation into the murder of the Kimberly family, closely following every news update on TV. This behavior made his ex-girlfriend suspicious of his involvement in the crime. Furthermore, Charles failed a polygraph test. As a result, Charles Bonney was arrested and charged with the murders of Kimberly and her 2 children, Bradley and Jill, but he maintained his innocence. During his trial, he quickly pleaded guilty to all 3 charges on his lawyer's advice, but did not provide any details about the crime. He received a sentence of 225 years in prison. Although the murderer, Charles, has confessed to the crime and been convicted, but David Cam's trial is still ongoing. It seemed like it was time to drop all charges against David and release him. However, the prosecution began to argue that David was an accomplice to the crime and colluded with Charles. The primary evidence supporting this claim was the intimate injuries found on David's daughter, Jill. It was believed that David had a history of domestic abuse and had also molested his daughter. When his wife discovered this, she threatened to go to the police, leading him to decide to kill his entire family. David supposedly conspired with Charles, who had been released from prison, to cover up his heinous actions. Although David might not have physically participated in the murders, the prosecution argued that he incited Charles to commit the act and served as the ideological mastermind behind it. During the new trial, David denied all these allegations. Another forensic expert examined Jill's body and confirmed that there was no evidence of violence. Instead, the inflammation was linked to a medical condition. The defense argued that David and Charles had never met, had no mutual acquaintances, and there was no correspondence, phone calls, or any other form of communication between them. On March 6, 2006, David was once again found guilty of murdering his family and was sentenced to life in prison. He immediately filed an appeal, particularly upset that the new charges included sexual abuse of his own daughter. However, the prosecution failed to present any evidence of violence. The appellate court reviewed the case materials and again ruled in favor of David, citing insufficient evidence to uphold the original sentence. It was revealed that the previous prosecutor, who was accusing David, had a financial interest in the case because he was under contract to write a book about it. This thing of interest compromised his objectivity. A new prosecutor took over the case, leading to the discovery of new evidence. A photographer, who had testified in the first two trials as an expert, admitted to lying about his qualifications and revealed that he was not a forensic scientist. Further analysis of the DNA samples confirmed that Charles had left traces at the crime scene and on the victims. Despite this evidence, David continued to face accusations, with the financial motive being highlighted. He had collected $750,000 in life insurance after his wife's death. Ultimately, on October 24, 2013, David Cam was acquitted of all charges. Nevertheless, there remained some who were convinced of his guilt, as well as those who believed in his innocence. Following his acquittal, David Cam filed a lawsuit against the county, seeking $30 million in damages for the emotional distress he suffered. The judge acknowledged that the state's experts had reasonably concluded that the blood spatter indicated David's involvement and asserted that no police officer had intentionally tried to frame him. David was awarded $5 million in moral damages for the time he spent in prison. The parents of Kimberly sought payment from him, believing he was still guilty of her death due to financial motives. They demanded a portion of the money he received from insurance and moral compensation. Charles Bonney remains in prison, serving a sentence of 225 years. Remarkably, it took David 13 years to prove his innocence. The case of Diana Duva. Diana Duva was born in 1988 in Moldova. When she was 13, she moved to the United States to join her mother, who had immigrated earlier, married an American, and helped Diana relocate. They settled in Vero Beach, a resort town in sunny Florida, known for its white sandy beaches and warm Atlantic waters. At first, Diana didn't speak any English, but then she quickly enrolled in a local school. She learned the language swiftly. Within just 2 months, she was speaking freely, and after a few years, her accent became very similar to other native speakers. Diana developed a good relationship with her stepfather, Will, who became like a second father to her. She also made friends easily, as she was sociable and approachable. After graduating, Diana was faced with the problem of choosing her future goals. Knowing she wanted to dedicate her life to helping others, she enrolled in a nursing program at college. In 2011, she earned her nursing degree and secured a job at the oncology department of the Sebastian River Medical Center. Here she is highly appreciated by everyone, and her dedicated care has received many compliments from patients. In 2012, Diana met 30-year-old Michael Jones at a local bar. Initially, they were just friends, but their relationship soon became romantic. Friends and family began to question whether their feelings for each other were genuine or if it was merely infatuation. Michael showed interest in Diana, while Diana simply accepted his flirtation without much enthusiasm. Although he worked in asset management at a bank and had graduated from a University of Miami law school, but Michael lacked a sense of security. He is always polite, neatly dressed, and comes from a good family. This makes him an ideal choice to build a family and live together. Because of this, a couple of months after they met, Diana moved into his apartment at his request. Their relationship started off warm and seemingly happy. They spent almost all their time together. However, this closeness eventually led to issues. Diana's friends noticed that she sometimes appeared restless in their company. It seemed as though she was trying to hide from Michael, avoiding letting him see her with her friends or even her car. Although Diana's friends sensed that something was wrong, but she did not share any details about her relationship, leading them to suspect that Michael may be limiting her communication with friends. Before the tragic incident, Diana had a disagreement with her boyfriend, Michael. On April 30th, 2014, a neighbor called 911 after hearing them argue for about an hour. Michael was shouting loudly, but there were no signs of physical violence. Concerned that the situation could escalate, the neighbor requested police intervention. When officers arrived, Michael answered the door and explained that the noise was due to rough sex that Diana wanted to try. Diana, visibly upset in her pajamas, stood quietly with her eyes downcast and tears on her face, which the police noticed. She didn't speak up in front of Michael and insisted to the officers that everything was fine. However, before concluding their conversation, she asked the police to wait, gathered her belongings, said goodbye to Michael, and left with them to the station. Later, Diana confided in a friend that Michael had not only yelled at her that night but had attempted to control her for hours. When his efforts failed, he grabbed her by the throat and began to strangle her. Terrified, she feared for her life. Thankfully, the neighbor called the police when realized the situation was dangerous. At the police station, 26-year-old Diana chose not to report Michael's mistreatment behavior to the police. She felt that her relationship with Michael was over and believed she shouldn't worry about it. Although the police persuade Diana to write a statement in her defense, but she refuses because she doesn't want to ruin Michael's life. Diana decided to move to live with her mother to distance herself from him. However, 32-year-old Michael continued to stalk her, sending texts and insisting on meetings as if nothing was wrong. On Thursday, June 19, 2014, Diana was out with friends but left to meet Michael. Her friends last saw her when she left a bar with him at 1:30 a.m. on June 20th. At 1:45 a.m., she texted her mother, Lena Andrews, to say she wouldn't be coming home. That was the last anyone heard from her. After that, she stopped communicating with her family and friends. Although Diana had previously had a strained relationship with Michael, witnesses said that they seemed to be enjoying each other's company that day and showed no signs of conflict. It appeared they had reconciled, but after her disappearance, some people recalled that she sometimes seemed upset when talking to him. Diana spoke to her mother, Lena, every day, so when her mother didn't hear from her and her calls went unanswered, her mother immediately grew concerned. This worry led her to imagine worst-case scenarios. She reached out to Diana's friends, but they didn't know her whereabouts either. When Diana still hadn't returned by the evening of June 20th, her mother contacted the police to express her concerns. The officers took Lena's statement and began an investigation. On June 21st, the police attempted to locate Diana by tracking her phone, but it was disconnected and useless. Their next step was to visit her ex-boyfriend Michael, who was believed to be the last person with Diana before she went missing. However, no one answered the door when the police arrived. He was not home, and all the witnesses, Diana's friends who were at the bar with her that night, were questioned simultaneously. But this led to conflicting stories, because they developed several different theories about what happened that evening. On the same day, the police obtained a warrant to search the apartment of Diana's boyfriend, Michael, but first, they needed to return to the station to complete the necessary paperwork. When the officers returned, they found Diana's mother and stepfather waiting in a car near the apartment complex. Lena Andrews, Diana's mother, was distraught. She was crying and desperate to get into the apartment to find her daughter. As time passed without any contact from her mother's anxiety grew. Lena was convinced that Michael was involved in Diana's disappearance. The police asked her when she last heard from her daughter. Lena revealed that at around 1:45 a.m., she received a message from Diana, which said she wouldn't be coming home. This message was written in Russian, the language they usually use to communicate, and it was significant because Michael did not speak Russian and could not have sent it. After Diana went missing, her mother, Lena, called Michael. He tried to reassure her that Diana was with him and that she was safe. However, when Lena asked to speak to Diana directly, Michael made excuses, claiming she was asleep and that he was not at home. His words sounded fake, and Lena didn't trust him. She insisted that Diana call her back as soon as Michael returned, as she was very worried. Instead, Michael stopped answering calls altogether. Lena began to suspect that Michael was involved in Diana's disappearance and might have harmed her. Desperate for help, she reached out to the police, who assured her they would do everything they could to find her daughter, Diana. The detectives received photographs taken by a friend Diana's on the night before she went missing. These images showed clear strangulation marks on her neck. These injuries occurred following an argument that a neighbor overheard. The friend had tried repeatedly to convince Diana to report Michael to the police, but she refused, asking her friend to help her collect her belongings as she believed the relationship was over. Afterwards, Diana moved in with her parents but chose not to inform them about the incident. Her mother remained unaware of the attack, thinking they had merely had some disagreements, although she did have her suspicions about Michael. Despite this, Michael did not leave Diana alone and began to harass her. He continued sending messages, as if he didn't understand that their relationship was really over. 48 hours after Diana disappeared, the police obtained a search warrant and entered Michael's apartment, hoping to find her or some evidence about her whereabouts. However, they did not locate any of her belongings or any clues. The next step was to search for Michael Jones. Witnesses reported that he showed up at work just 12 hours after Diana stopped communicating. He also withdrew $2,500 in cash from his bank account, claiming he was unwell and needed to leave. For several days, no one could locate Michael. His whereabouts were unknown. It appeared he had gone into hiding, raising suspicions about his involvement in the disappearance of Diana. Detectives began to delve deeper into Michael's background. They discovered that prior to the move to Vero Beach, he had been convicted of stalking his ex-girlfriend under serious circumstances. Investigators reviewed the details of that case. In 2012, when Michael lived near Fort Lauderdale, his ex-girlfriend reported him to the police. She claimed that after breaking up with him, he threatened to end his life. When this manipulation did not succeed, he physically attacked her. Michael used a gun in an attempt to force her to stay. His earlier girlfriends had managed to escape by calling the police. The ex-girlfriend filed a report against Michael, leading to his arrest. He cooperated with the investigation and confessed to his actions, including making threats of murder. Consequently, he received a suspended sentence of 5 years. Then, Michael was in a new relationship with Diana. He was restricted from leaving the Vero Beach area if no his supervisor's permission. However, he vanished, and the police were unable to locate him. he could have been detained for violating the terms of his suspended sentence. The parents of Diana were shocked to learn of Michael's suspended sentence. They had no idea their daughter was involved with a criminal who had a history of attacking and threatening former girlfriends. Meanwhile, detectives concentrated on Michael, believing he had more information than he shared with Diana's mother during their phone call. The police initiated a thorough analysis and tracking of signals from Michael's communications. They also placed Michael's and Diana's cars on a list of vehicles to be located. After reviewing cellular signals, they pinpointed Michael's phone to an area in Fort Pierce, about a 25-minute drive from Vero Beach. Patrols were dispatched to search for the cars of Michael and Diana, focusing on a gold Honda and a black Nissan. By the evening of the same day, they discovered Michael's car parked at the Hampton Inn Hotel near the communication tower. The police learned that Michael had checked into a room just 24 hours after Diana disappeared. Michael tried to keep his identity a secret while staying at a hotel, but he ended up leaving the information when he had to pay for the room at the front desk. The hotel management was told not to disclose that he was staying there for the next 2 nights. He also barred any phone calls to his room and turned off his own phone. When the police arrive, they believe they may find Diana alive, with her kidnapper, Michael, in the hotel room. After receiving the room key from the front desk, the police entered the room. Michael was shocked when he saw the police, and immediately claimed he had no idea where Diana was. The detective pressed him to share any information he had, but he continued to deny everything. Since they couldn't gather any information, Michael was detained for violating his probation. Still, the detective had no leads on Diana's whereabouts or her car. It was discovered that during Michael's time on the run, he had been using a disposable phone, making it nearly impossible to trace his communications. The investigation continued as detectives identified the location where the disposable phone was purchased, the Wall store. They requested and reviewed the store's CCTV footage to find Diana or her vehicles. Despite the poor quality, they spotted a car similar to Diana's vehicle in the footage, which was recorded shortly before she was reported missing. In the video, Michael exits the car, makes a purchase at the store, and then drives away, while Diana is not seen. Although this did not provide any leads, it led the police to a more detailed analysis of phone calls, revealing that Michael occasionally used his main phone. He turned it on briefly before switching it off again. One of the phone's pings was detected near Melbourne, about an hour's drive from where Michael was hiding. Investigators alerted the local police to check this area. The Melbourne police joined the search for the Diana's missing car, and their efforts paid off. Just 30 minutes later, they found Diana's car in the parking lot of a Florida Publix shopping center. Investigators quickly arrived to the scene after learning about the discovery. In June 2014, just 3 days after Diana went missing, state police found her body in the trunk of her own car. This led to the case being reclassified from a disappearance to a murder investigation. The autopsy revealed that Diana had been strangled and suffered blunt force trauma to her head, indicating she had been violently attacked before her death. It was widely believed that Michael was responsible for bringing her to that location. CCTV footage captured him driving her car, and his phone records showed he was in the area at the time. When investigators examined Michael's call history, they found that the only call he made while in the vicinity was to order a taxi. Around 8 a.m., he called for a ride and was picked up from a nearby parking lot. The taxi driver was found, and interrogation, he recognized Michael from a photo. The driver recalled that Michael was wearing a red hoodie and sat in the front passenger seat, where they chatted briefly. According to the driver, Michael claimed he had come with a friend, but after they had a fight, he left alone. 2 days after the Diana's body was discovered, police gathered enough evidence to charge Michael Jones with the first-degree murder of Diana. However, Michael maintained his innocence, necessitating further investigation to establish his guilt. As the police investigated his background, they discovered that he did not fit the usual profile of a criminal. He was educated, intelligent, and held a respected job at a bank, making him a valued member of the community. Many people were skeptical about his capacity for murder. He frequently participated in local charity events and was an advocate for an organization working against domestic violence, where he had a positive reputation. Friends and co-workers praised him, claiming he was one of the most honest and trustworthy individuals they knew. They expressed that they trusted him as much as their own family members. The management at the banks where Michael worked regarded him as one of their best employees and a key team member. They received numerous letters of appreciation acknowledging his contributions. Since he started at the bank, Michael brought in many partners, leading to multi-million-dollar deals. While he enjoyed a good reputation in the bank, it was overshadowed by the fact that he was a convicted criminal serving a suspended sentence. Michael was a master manipulator, able to deceive not only ordinary people but also the bank's management, which had a security service that meticulously monitored employees. They were completely unaware of Michael's criminal past. As the police began to investigate him, they discovered that his history was filled with inconsistencies. Different people shared conflicting stories about him. Some claimed he was a former baseball player, others said he was an adopted child from a wealthy family, while some believed he had inherited a fortune and was raised in a family connected to a former U.S. president. They also believed that Michael lived in a luxurious penthouse and drove a Porsche, even though he himself had driven a Honda for 10 years. Although the investigation identified Michael's previous girlfriends and detectives spoke to them, police now saw a clear pattern in his behavior. At first, he seemed charming, like a prince on a white horse, winning the girls over with his best qualities. The girls were thrilled to be with someone so promising. However, over time, he revealed a darker side. He became controlling and jealous, dictating how they should interact with others and monitoring their communications. He manipulated multiple girlfriends simultaneously, maintaining these relationships for extended periods. Michael was not only a skilled manipulator but also a cruel individual and a pathological liar. Most of the girls were fortunate. They avoided persecution and found ways to break up with Michael without suffering serious consequences. Michael lied about being poor when he entered college, but in reality, he came from a wealthy family. His lies about his background grew more serious after his parents cut off their financial support. He attempted to manipulate them, but it was unsuccessful. While studying, he falsely claimed he was fighting cancer to gain sympathy from his classmates. But he couldn't provide any medical evidence to support his claims. The prosecution faced a difficult choice: pursue the death penalty or settle for life in prison. They did not consult Diana's mother about this decision. Choosing the death penalty was particularly risky. If even one juror disagreed, it could put the whole case in danger. Additionally, such cases can take years to resolve. However, Diana's mother was adamant that Michael should face the death penalty. Refusing to back down, the prosecutor stated his intention to seek capital punishment. In November 2019, Michael's trial began. The prosecution described his relationship with Diana as toxic, describing it as a cruel attempt at control that lasted around 6 months. The climax of this abuse was an attack on Diana. The prosecution presented clear evidence of Michael's aggressive behavior, including photos taken by a friend, which showed marks on Diana's neck. While the prosecution could not confirm the exact conversation between Diana and Michael at the bar that night, Diana's friend reported that she planned to end her relationship with Michael, but wanted to do so in a friendly manner to preserve their friendship. Afterward, Diana planned a short trip to visit a friend in a nearby city. She mentioned her plans to Michael, which likely angered him. Tragically, this led to her demise. Diana's body exhibited multiple injuries and bruises, indicating she had suffered severe abuse at Michael's hands. The prosecution argued that Michael took Diana to his home and assaulted her violently. He understood that if she managed to escape, she would probably go to the police, leading to a long prison sentence for him. So, he couldn't let her go. Michael killed Diana by strangling her, leaving characteristic handprints on her neck. Afterward, he placed her body in the trunk of his car and drove her out of town. He then took a taxi and hid in a hotel. Fortunately, he left behind clues that led to his capture and the resolution of the case. The forensic expert admitted that they couldn't determine the time of death accurately because the body had decomposed significantly in the heat, complicating the investigation. However, upon closer inspection of his apartment, small but distinct traces of blood were found in the garage. These traces were located where the sliding door meets the ground, suggesting that he loaded her body into the car at his home. The defense argued that the prosecution failed to clearly establish what happened in Michael's house, claiming that it was unreasonable to consider the murder premeditated and that the incident should be classified as an accident. The lawyer also presented strong arguments for a reduced sentence, such as the attitudes of neighbors, friends, and acquaintances towards Michael, along with Michael's good reputation at work. The court heard testimonies within a week. Afterward, the jury went to deliberate and reached a decision surprisingly quickly, in just 45 minutes. They unanimously found Michael Jones guilty of first-degree murder. However, the jury did not have a collective agreement on the verdict. Diana's mother, crying, confronted Michael and asked how he could kill someone he professed to love. Even so, Michael showed no remorse or emotion during the trial. Even as the court prepared to announce the verdict, he remained emotionless. The prosecution was greatly disappointed when Michael Jones received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. The case of Regina Krieger. Regina Krieger was born on March 3, 1980, to parents Rondo Freeman and Dan Krieger. She was a cheerful girl, had many friends, and a younger brother named Clifton. Regina enjoyed music and water skiing, which led her to join the youth ski club at Lake Myrtle. In addition, she is also a religious person and participating in the youth group at the Lutheran Church. However, as she entered her teenage years, she began to experience unpleasant changes in her life. In June 1994, Regina's parents divorced, and she struggled to cope with their separation. The division of their property created further tension, as they could not come to an agreement. In September of that year, Regina expressed her desire to live with her father, Dan. Though initially her mother opposed this decision, she chose not to make the situation worse and ultimately agreed to let Regina stay with Dan. From December 1994 onwards, Regina lived with her father in a relatively stable environment. However, soon after, she began to exhibit changes in her behavior and lifestyle. In January 1995, Regina, a ninth-grade student at Burley High School, started associating with a bad group of peers. Her parents noticed that something was off but found it difficult to get her to talk about it. Their relationship deteriorated, leading Regina to eventually cut ties with this bad company. During this period, she received support from a psychologist who was assisting her in coping with the difficulties related to her parents' divorce. They built a trusting relationship, which became a valuable source of support for her. She confided in the psychologist about her intention to drop out of school due to her poor academic performance and frequent absences. This decision was prompted by a warning letter from the school stating that she would be expelled if her absences continued. However, Regina later chose to focus on her studies and stay in school. On February 27, 1995, she expressed her desire to quit school and start working. The psychologist advocated for her with the school teacher, explaining that she was going through a difficult period. As a result, the teachers allowed her to attend certain classes where exams were held, enabling her to earn the necessary credits and avoid being held back a year. Regina seized this opportunity and planned to continue her education. On the same day, Regina returned home after a tough day at school. She lived with her father and younger brother on the second floor, while Regina's bedroom was in the basement. That evening, the family came together to have dinner, discuss important topics like school, and then they went to bed. Around 11 p.m., that was the last time anyone saw Regina alive. The next morning, February 28, 1995, Regina's younger brother Clifton called out to her since everyone else had already woken up, but she did not respond and seemed to be missing. Then, Clifton went downstairs to Regina's bedroom and discovered blood stains. But she was missing. He quickly reported this to their father, Dan, who came down and confirmed that his son was telling the truth. The bedroom was empty, and there were indeed suspicious blood stains. Dan then called emergency services 911 and reached out to his daughter's relatives and friends, hoping that she had run away to stay with someone. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed when Regina's close friends denied that they had seen her. The police arrived quickly at the scene, but their investigation was not thorough. They only collected a blood-stained blanket and a martial arts training sword, without examining the area properly. The officers reported no signs of forced entry, which led them to believe that Regina had left home on her own and may have staged an attack. However, Dan rejected this idea, asking why Regina would go to the trouble of faking an attack and leaving behind bloodstains. This explanation did not align with his perception of his daughter. Investigators took Dan's concerns seriously, launched an investigation. At that time, there were no advanced methods for analyzing human DNA, and tools like CCTV cameras were not commonly used. This hindered the detectives' ability to gather and assess evidence, which was already scarce. Initially, the focus was on the main suspects, the father and younger brother of Regina, Dan and Clifton. Both underwent polygraph tests and passed without any issues. Despite their cooperation, the father remained a suspect because the police had no other leads to follow. The father and brother stated they were asleep and did not notice anything unusual that night. Regina is presumed missing. There was enough blood in her room to suggest she had suffered a serious injury or had fought back, but not enough to conclude she was dead. It was thought that she might have escaped by hiding from an attacker or could have been kidnapped by someone she knew, as it was assumed she opened the door for the intruder. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain how the criminal entered her room without breaking down the door or windows. A crucial source of information for detectives was Regina's diary, which detailed her life experiences. The entries contained stories about her parents' divorce and the sadness it caused her. Additionally, the police found out that she had a boyfriend named Isidra, whom she had been secretive about with her family. He was identified as a Latino teenager living in Twin Falls and had grandparents in Burley, which is near the Regina family's home. Sidra was said to drive a green pickup truck. The police thoroughly examined these details and started looking for Sidra in hopes of gathering more information about Regina. However, they were unable to locate the truck, his parents, other relatives, or Sidra himself. It was speculated that Regina might have invented the boyfriend as a way to cope with the emotional struggles stemming from her parents' divorce. The Regina family was feeling hopeless and unsure of how to proceed in their search for their missing daughter. They clung to the hope of finding her alive, continuing to seek information and new witnesses. They printed about 30,000 flyers to distribute and post throughout the area. On April 15, 1995, a woman's body was discovered in the Snake River, showing severe signs of decomposition. It was located 15 kilometers from the home of Regina. Forensic experts confirmed that the body belonged to a young girl under 20 years old. By April 17, dental records were used to identify her as Regina Krieger. Tragically, it was determined that she had suffered multiple stab wounds, including a deep throat cut, leading to a violent and painful death. The case was updated from a missing person report to a premeditated murder investigation. News spread quickly throughout the small town, creating fear among the residents, who became more cautious. The thought of a possible serial killer targeting young girls heightened their anxiety, causing people to hesitate leaving their homes and to secure their doors with multiple locks. This was especially worrisome for Regina's father, who was anxious about the safety of his 13-year-old son, Clifton. Despite the community's heightened concern, the investigation made little progress, with the police receiving no valuable leads or tips. Eventually, detectives uncovered new information about the case. They discovered that Regina had associated with the wrong crowd and had met drug dealers, including a man named Gilberto Rodriguez. Authorities believed Regina's murder could be linked to a drug-related debt. At the time, Gilberto was 32 years old, and he often traveled between Burley and Twin Falls to distribute drugs. He was known to be part of a local gang and was considered dangerous. Regina bought expensive substances, making it hard to determine how much she owed, possibly hundreds of dollars, which was too much for a 14-year-old to afford. However, there is no direct evidence that Gilberto was involved in Regina's murder. Later, police received calls from anonymous informants, they claiming the dealer was involved in the girl's murder. But the callers would hang up when asked for details, fearing being identified. No one wanted to get involved with criminals, so the tips lacked specifics, and there is still no evidence against Gilberto. Detectives viewed he as merely a participant in illegal drug activities. However, the communication between Gilberto and Regina, 14 years old, has caused more suspicion. Distributing drugs to such young individuals was a grave accusation. Still, law enforcement needed important evidence to press charges. Investigators continued to examine Regina's friends, eventually they focusing on one individual, Cody, a friend of Regina's. He also bought drugs from Gilberto. On the night of the murder, Cody and Regina were also with the dealer, Gilberto. When questioned, Cody claimed Regina had spent the entire night passed out in the bathtub. However, his testimony was confusing. He appeared very anxious and changed his story multiple times, suggesting he was scared and possibly hiding something. Because of this, the police were doubtful about his statements. As a result, Gilberto continued to be the primary suspect in the case. In 1996, police were actively searching for Gilberto, who had previously been arrested multiple times in 1991 and 1993. Investigators believed he was involved in drug distribution, but they lacked sufficient evidence to charge him and secure a conviction. To catch him, the police devised a plan to set a trap. They arrested a man named Joe, who had previously bought drugs from Gilberto, and offered to overlook some of his past offenses if he would make another purchase from Gilberto. Joe agreed and bought $1,500 worth of drugs, leading to Gilberto's arrest on November 18, 1996. However, the difficulties are just beginning, as he is a cunning drug dealer who does not want to go to jail and intends to fight for his freedom. Rumors circulated about his involvement in serious crimes, including the deaths of Blake Morgan Jr. and Regina Krieger. These cases shared similar characteristics. The young man Blake was killed in his own home while he was sleeping, as attackers entered from the street. Unlike Regina, he was not kidnapped from his home. During the investigation on April 10, 1996, the police identified the criminals involved. They discovered that the deceased, Blake, was associated with pal Cody, a client and associate of Gilberto. The second attacker was Jesus, Blake's half-brother. For Jesus, Gilberto is the ideal role model. He respects Gilberto very much and is always willing to do anything Gilberto asks, completely obeying Gilberto's wishes. As it turns out, the motive for the attack on Blake was unrelated to drugs, as Blake did not use them. Instead, It stemmed from an incident involving Angeli, a girl who was dating a Gilberto at the time. She claimed that Blake had insulted and hit her, prompting Gilberto to seek revenge. This led Jesus to point a 9mm pistol at Blake's head on April 9, 1996, just 2 weeks before Regina's death. The night before, Blake had a chance encounter with a group of troublemakers in a bar. Gilberto immediately informed Jesus that he wanted him to kill Blake, whom he considered an enemy for mistreating Angeli. The criminals, Gilberto and Jesus, planned their attack carefully to avoid detection, choosing not to strike in front of witnesses. Instead, they attempted to break into Blake's house around 2:30 a.m. but left when they found no one inside. This took place the night after their meeting in the bar. They returned around 3:30 a.m. and found Blake asleep. Jesus kicked in the door and murdered Blake by shooting him in the head. It is clear that Gilberto orchestrated these violent crimes, but he remained in the background to avoid being linked to them. Later, all 2 criminals, includes Gilberto and Jesus, were arrested and charged with first-degree murder for Blake's death. However, at that time, they were not considered suspects in the Regina Krieger case. Detectives did not even attempt to compare this crime to Regina's for a reason that is completely incomprehensible. They ignored the testimony of anonymous witnesses who had contacted police by phone earlier. They also have denied rumors that the 2 cases are connected. Gilberto, the dangerous dealer, remained in prison while awaiting sentencing. During this time, the Iowa State Department of Control of Controlled Substances was attempting to discover the identities of informants. In prison, there were rumors that Gilberto had already killed 2 informants and planned to eliminate the others. On June 26, 1997, Gilberto was sentenced to 30 years in prison, but he was released after serving just 10 years. For reasons that remain unclear, the police decided to suspend the investigation into Regina's case. For many years, the files containing evidence and testimonies sat untouched in an archive locker. New developments in the investigation were made possible by Gilberto's accomplice, Thompson. Thompson kept his secret for a long time, but it was eventually revealed, allowing the police to find Regina's killer and close this brutal murder case. In 2013, a new investigator took on the case and began by reviewing all the evidence collected by earlier detectives. While examining the crime scene photographs, he noticed a bloody trail that clearly indicated Regina had been dragged up the stairs and taken out to the backyard. It was puzzling how the previous detectives had overlooked this detail. The investigator thoroughly questioned all the witnesses, paying special attention to Thompson, who was serving a life sentence in prison. Thompson, now 31, he had been incarcerated since his teenage years, and had a criminal record that included serious offenses like rape, burglary, and escape. He had even attacked the prison warden and killed a fellow inmate. The detective believed without a doubt that these criminals were responsible for Regina's murder, but they remained tight-lipped. Next, investigators reached out to one of Thompson's former cellmates, a long-term inmate who had entered prison in 2009. With nothing to lose, he agreed to cooperate with the police. His information allowed them to reconstruct the incident of the tragic night when Regina, a 14-year-old girl, was brutally killed. On the evening of February 27, 1995, Regina went to bed after 11 p.m., while her family slept, unaware of the impending horror. At that same time, Gilberto and Thompson were aimlessly driving around the neighborhood. When Gilberto remembered he had some unfinished business, he parked their car in the alley next to Regina's house to stop near her home. Thompson waited in the car while Gilberto made his way through the bushes and jumped over a fence. Gilberto entered a house through the back door, and Thompson kept watch from the vehicle. After a while, Gilberto returned and called Thompson to get out of the car. He explained that things had gone horribly wrong and that he needed help. He then went back into the house and emerged carrying a heavy object wrapped in a bloody blanket, which appeared to be a human body. Thompson assisted in loading the girl's body into the trunk, but couldn't get any details from Gilberto about what had happened. The two criminals, Gilberto and Thompson, left, but Gilberto buried the knife he used for the murder nearby. Later, Gilberto and Thompson attended a party where Gilberto casually walked around in a blood-stained t-shirt. Someone at the party might have called the police because of their suspicious behavior. After the party, Gilberto and Thompson went to a friend's house, where they changed clothes and cleaned off the blood. They then drove about 15 kilometers to a bridge over the Snake River. At the bridge, Thompson started to panic, and Gilberto pointed a gun at him, forcing him to throw the body into the river from the bridge. Thompson, scared, obeyed. Thompson returned home and locked himself in his room. He screamed in his sleep and acted very nervously. This made his family feel insecure. He was terrified of Gilberto, who had threatened him, and didn't want to reveal that he had thrown someone off the bridge. He tried to dismiss the incident as a bad dream. Later, at school, Thompson realized that Regina had gone missing from her home and everyone was searching for her. This realization made him panic because he knew he could be considered an accomplice, so he chose to stay silent. He was afraid not only for himself but also for his family, as Gilberto had threatened them too. Eventually, detectives spoke with Thompson, and he confirmed the information his cellmate had shared. Because he cooperated with the police, he was not charged in the Regina Krieger case. However, by that time, he was already serving a life sentence with no possibility of parole. On February 20th, 2019, Gilberto Rodriguez, a dealer who had been evading authorities, was arrested for the murder of Regina Krieger. Despite the charges, he maintained his innocence. Following his arrest, new witnesses emerged, stating they saw Gilberto at a party on the night of the murder. Some witnesses reported he was wearing bloodied clothes but had no injuries. Others claimed to have seen him burying a knife nearby. Several anonymous individuals also stepped forward, having previously provided tips to the police. In October 2021, 58-year-old Gilberto Rodriguez was found guilty of first-degree murder in the case of Regina Krieger. He received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. It took 26 years to achieve this verdict, which brought relief not only to Regina's family but also to the entire community. Many felt safer knowing that this dangerous criminal would remain behind bars indefinitely. The case of Mario Biondo. Mario Biondo was born in Italy, one of three sons of Santino delle Sandra and Giuseppe Biondo. The family was known for its friendliness and generosity. From an early age, Mario was very creative and loved photography. He showed his talent and knowledge, eventually becoming a member of the technical support team in television. Throughout his life, Mario was active in volleyball, participating in many team competitions. This experience taught him valuable lessons about team spirit, trust, and accepting defeat. His good looks and charm attracted many admirers. Then Mario met Raquel Sanchez Silva, a talented young woman from Spain. After graduating from journalism in 1994, she aspired to become a television presenter. Raquel benefited from her mother Matilda's connections in the industry, but her intelligence and talent were already known to everyone. The couple met in Honduras in 2011, where the Mario worked as a cameraman and Raquel was a presenter on the reality TV show Celebrity Island. Raquel quickly fell in love with him. According to her friends, she expressed her feelings openly, which was very unusual for her. Fortunately, Mario felt the same way and they started dating. Despite the age difference, everyone admired this smart and talented couple, and they became local celebrities, with the public closely following their lives. In June 2012, the Mario and Raquel got married in Sicily. The wedding was a classic, beautiful event by Italian standards, celebrated with grandeur for several days. Locals believed that such a wedding would lead to a happy and long-lasting marriage. Unfortunately, this did not happen. Just a year later, on May 29, 2013, a tragic event occurred. Mario and Raquel had a small argument, a common problem for young couples, but they resolved it through reconciliation. At that time, the couple had been married for almost a year and were living in Raquel's apartment in central Madrid. Raquel needed to go to her hometown of Plasencia for work, so at around 8:30 p.m. that same evening, they said goodbye to each other in the garage before she left. The trip had been planned in advance and everything seemed to be going according to schedule. After Raquel left, Mario was alone at home. Mario made 3 phone calls. One was to his sister Emanuela, who lived in Sicily. He shared his ambitious plans for future television projects, which included preparing a new show and eventually traveling around the world with Raquel to create a travel blog. He also made 2 other calls, one of which may have been to a drug dealer. That evening, the Mario went to an ATM near his home at around 10 p.m., where he withdrew 110 euros. However, the money was never found in his home, suggesting that he had spent it all. About an hour later, a neighbor saw Mario at the entrance to his apartment building. She noticed that he was behaving unusually and ignoring her, which was out of character for him as he was usually very polite. He seemed upset, but there was no immediate cause for concern. Mario called his wife, and they talked until midnight, then continued their conversation via text messages. They mainly discussed their current situation, especially their difficulties conceiving. Raquel, 40, desperately wanted a baby but was unable to get pregnant, which worried both of them. Mario suspects that he may be infertile due to a disease he previously suffered from. Later, the Mario spoke with his brother Andrea about several exciting new projects he had planned for the future. Their conversations on social media and over the phone continued until 1 a.m., when Mario cleverly said goodnight to his wife and told her he was going to sleep. However, he had no intention of resting. Instead, he spent the next hour browsing various adult websites. He then used Google Maps to locate the nearest strip club to his home. He arrived at the club at 2:53 a.m. Once there, he paid for 3 drinks with his card but did not request any additional services. After spending some time at the club, he returned home. Once at home, he went back to adult websites. Around 6 a.m., he made his final entry on the computer, which contained a rough budget for a new television show he was preparing. After that, he checked his messenger again for any unread messages, but there were none. The next morning, Mario was unresponsive. Neither his family nor his wife could reach him. They assumed he was either resting or busy with the new projects he had mentioned, so no one thought to check on him. At around 3:30 p.m., Raquel, his wife, received a call from his workplace inquiring about his whereabouts. The producer was concerned because Mario hadn't shown up for filming. This was unusual for him, especially since it was the day of one of his favorite programs, Kitchen. Mario took his work seriously and would never let his team down or miss filming without a good reason. When Raquel realized she couldn't reach him by phone or through social media, she became worried and called their worker, Wilma. Raquel asked Wilma to check on him. Around 5 p.m., Wilma arrived at the apartment while on the phone with Raquel. When she opened the door, she was horrified by what she saw and screamed loudly. She quickly ran outside because she found a lifeless body inside. Wilma stopped a passing police car and reported her horrifying discovery. Other rescue teams arrived within 10 minutes. The officers found the body of a 31-year-old man, dressed in pajamas, with a scarf wrapped around his neck. The other end was tied to a shelf in the hallway. It appeared that Mario ended his own life. The police carried out a brief investigation and found that the doors and windows were intact, indicating there had been no forced entry by any outsiders. There were no clear signs of a struggle on the Mario's body, only a few bruises were present that did not appear to result from defensive actions. All this pointed towards the end of his own life. Raquel learned of the tragedy and quickly completed her duties before returning home. She informed the police that he sometimes engaged in strangulation during their sexual activities, suggesting that this could have led to the tragedy. This information interested the police, who considered this angle. Although there was no apparent reason to dismiss it, the investigation proceeded cautiously without jumping to conclusions. Raquel requested that the body be cremated as soon as possible, but her request was denied because the medical examiner needed more time to analyze the body and determine its condition. On June 1, 2013, Mario's family filed an appeal challenging the findings of the inquest. They believe that Mario cannot end his own life. He was determined and had ambitious plans for the future, which he was proud of. His life seemed to be going well, and they felt there was no reason for him to end it. Additionally, Mario's family opposed cremation and insisted on burial instead. The tragic event has attracted public attention as all those allegedly involved are well-known figures in Spain. Raquel shared a post on social media mourning her husband's death, describing him as a cheerful and ambitious person. However, she raised the possibility that his death could have been the result of his own life, or an accident. Raquel also alluded to potential issues with sex addiction and asked friends and supporters not to jump to conclusions and wait for the final investigation. A forensic expert concluded that Mario's death was likely an accident, noting that he had stopped using his phone around 6 a.m., which was the estimated time of death. Consequently, the case regarding Mario Biondo's death was closed, and no further investigations were planned. Mario was buried in his hometown in Italy on June 6, 2013, with his Raquel family in attendance. In a noble gesture, Raquel chose to forego her husband's inheritance in favor of his family. Afterward, the Raquel began to withdraw from those around her. She moved to a different apartment and sold the one she had shared with her husband. Soon after, she voluntarily resigned from her television position. Those who interacted with her during this time noted that she appeared calm and composed, never showing signs of sadness or regret. Seemingly unaffected by recent events, she only briefly withdrew from the public eye. On June 27, 2013, she returned to television, quickly resuming her role as a presenter. She explained that returning to work had helped her try to forget and find comfort. Raquel, who quickly recovered, began a relationship with a new man, a businessman who had previously given an interview on Rakita. Mario's relatives were puzzled by her behavior, as it seemed that she had completely forgotten about her husband. Just a few weeks ago, she had been deeply in love with him, and her sudden change in mood raised many questions and suspicions. Mario's relatives were concerned about the circumstances surrounding his death, so they asked the police to conduct a further investigation. They specifically requested that his wife be questioned first. The police initially declined, stating that the case was closed. However, 7 months later, in December 2013, they agreed to reopen the investigation. Mario's body was exhumed, and the police reinterrogated all the witnesses. Additionally, the family hired 2 independent experts because they believed the initial forensic expert had erred in his findings. The new investigation used computer modeling to examine the details of Mario's death. Analysis showed that his posture was inconsistent with one's own life. He could not have been in that position to suffocate. The position of his legs did not match the marks on his neck or the type of knot used on his scarf, suggesting the scene had been staged. It was possible that someone else assisted him in staging it. Police began to consider the possibility that his death was a homicide. The case was reopened and the investigation continued. However, things took a different turn, made more complicated by the fact that so much time had passed since Mario's death that crucial evidence was lost. News spread quickly through the community and people began demanding answers about Mario's suspicious death. Back home, under pressure from the family, the local police also launched their own investigation based on the results of an autopsy by independent forensic experts, and they began to suspect that this could be a homicide. Italian police traveled to Spain to conduct an autopsy and interview people close to Mario, including Raquel. They suspected she was hiding something due to her inconsistent statements. Police noticed several photos from the crime scene showing an ashtray full of cigarette butts and several empty beer cans, suggesting that the Mario had company that night. Surprisingly, no one checked for fingerprints or DNA on these items. Furthermore, no suicide note was found, adding to the mystery. Italian police also discovered that nearly 1,000 gigabytes of data had been deleted from the Mario's computer. Unfortunately, they were unable to recover this data. Mario's mother speculated that Raquel may have deleted the sensitive photos and videos that Raquel had discovered shortly before Mario's death. This further raises suspicions that the Raquel had other secrets that she feared would be revealed. Mario's family believes that Mario wasn't just visiting adult websites or strip clubs that night, he was looking for his wife there. They think he may have discovered something disturbing about her that could have motivated someone to harm him. It was discovered that the password on Mario's computer had been changed after his death and the files had been deleted shortly after, timing that coincided with the day of his funeral when Mario's entire family, including Raquel, were at the cemetery. This raises the question, who could have done this? It turns out that Raquel had a brother who was a computer expert. He left during the funeral and may have done this at her request. In May 2014, Raquel again attracted public attention when she was invited to appear on a show about her husband's death. However, she refused to participate and did not comment on the incident. However, she appeared before journalists in September 2014. She then accused her ex-mother-in-law of harassment. In response, Mario's family accused Raquel of involvement in his death. They believed she was responsible, but Raquel denied any wrongdoing and there was no evidence against her. Despite the accusations, Raquel continued her life. She married in September 2015 and gave birth to twins after undergoing hormone therapy to help her conceive. The father of her children is a businessman she met on television. Raquel no longer thinks about her ex-husband, while Mario's mother continues to search for evidence of Raquel's guilt. At one point, she even went to extremes. She released photos of the actual crime scene taken by the police. In these photos, Mario was in an unnatural position and showed no signs of life. Along with the photos, a forensic report from independent experts was included, stating that a person could not suddenly leave life in such a way. The photos showed clear contradictions with the initial police reports that were intended to quickly close the case after his death. Specifically, the reports mentioned that Mario's legs were bent, but in fact, his body was hanging with his legs straight. This move caused considerable public outrage, leading to increased police scrutiny, after which they initiated a more thorough investigation. In 2016, the intense media attention surrounding Raquel's trial led to a second autopsy conducted by a state medical examiner. This expert determined that Mario's death was a result of his own choice to end his life. Consequently, Raquel won the legal case, and the court ordered Mario's mother to pay her €3,000 for emotional damages. Following this, Mario's mother was placed under house arrest for 8 days. This incident fueled rumors and received extensive media coverage, culminating in a televised appeal that stressed the idea that Mario had chosen to end his life, reportedly due to his deep worries about infertility and his inability to have children with the woman he loved. As a result, the case was closed once again in Spain. The Italian police decided to close the case due to procedural constraints and the inability to conduct further investigations after so many years. They also criticized the Spanish police for the way they handled the investigation into Mario's death. However, the investigation did not end there. In 2017, a new expert, Spanish expert Luis Duca, was brought into the forensic department. After a thorough analysis of the circumstances surrounding Mario's death, he concluded that Mario could not have committed one's own life voluntarily. Luis Duca's opinion was highly valued because he had 15 years of experience investigating complex cases. The forensic expert stated that he thoroughly reviewed the dossier and all materials available to the police. His analysis was funded by Mario's family, and it confirmed their suspicions about the circumstances of Mario's death. Notably, there were no indicators of strangulation, such as small hemorrhages in the eyes. He believed that Mario could not have suffered a neck fracture from the height of his fall. Nor could he have died from suffocation since his heels touched the ground. For death by cerebral ischemia to occur, a tight noose would need to be placed around the neck. However, the scarf used did not adequately secure the back of the head and only partially surrounded it. The knot was so loose that Mario's head could easily have slipped out of the scarf. The pale blue color of the body suggests that Mario died lying down. There were no signs of convulsions at the time of death, as none of the items, including the figurine or picture frame, fell off the shelf, which would have occurred if there had been any violent movement. There was an unexplained fresh wound to the left of Mario's temple. The marks on Mario's neck did not match the scarf. He had clearly been strangled with another object, such as a rope or cable. The scratches on his neck could not be attributed to gravity alone. Additionally, the position in which the body was found raised significant questions. There were many more plausible ways for a person to die that would have been more comfortable. Why was he placed in this very awkward pose? According to police reports, the level of rigor mortis and the extremely low body temperature suggested that Mario died much earlier than 6 a.m., likely just after midnight. The theory of sexual activity was deemed unconvincing by experts, as Mario was fully clothed and there were no signs of any sexual manipulation involving his body. Experts used specialized software and obtained details about the metal shelf where Mario's body was found. Their analysis indicated that if he had died from hanging, he would have fallen to the floor. This led them to conclude that he must have been strangled in a different location, and the hanging was staged. Consequently, Mario's previously embalmed body was exhumed. During this examination, they discovered a significant hematoma in his brain, which suggested he had suffered a severe blow from a blunt object, information that had been missing from the original autopsy reports. It raised questions about how such crucial details could have been overlooked, giving the impression that they might have been intentionally concealed. Alongside the release of this data, Raquel revised her statement. Initially, she had said that her husband used strangulation as a sexual game since his youth, suggesting his death was either accidental or to end one's own life driven by personal issues. Now, she indicated that her husband might have been with someone he trusted while she was away, and that this person could have harmed him. She also speculated that her husband may have consumed alcohol or drugs, rendering him unable to defend himself. A new account emerged, stating that Mario allowed an acquaintance into their home, who then struck him forcefully on the head. This blow with a blunt object knocked him unconscious, after which a scarf was wrapped around his neck and used to strangle him. There were no signs of a struggle because he likely didn't have time to react. Following the attack, the assailant allegedly staged to end one's own life and calmly left the apartment. This explanation addressed why there were no indications of a break-in or any unknown people entering the home. In October 2018, writer Paolo Gentili released the book The Death of a Good Guy, the incredible story of Mario Biondo in Italy. He collaborated closely with Mario's mother, a key figure in this challenging case, as she seeks to defend her son's honor and discover the truth about his murder. The book portrays Raquel Sanchez Silva as manipulative and labels her a liar. On November 5, 2018, after a third autopsy was authorized by Italian authorities, the Anatomical Institute at the Palermo Polyclinic was tasked with conducting the examination. They performed X-rays and a CT scan, which included the participation of independent experts hired by Mario's family. In 2019, Mario's parents filed a complaint with the police investigator who was present at the scene of the crime. During the investigation in 2013, it was discovered that he had seriously violated his duties on several occasions. The police officer was convicted in May 2020, and both the doctor who performed the autopsy and his assistant also faced consequences. The investigation into Mario's death was reopened, revealing new information about the events surrounding the case. Many forensic science experts were brought in to investigate the case. However, a major problem arose because many of the documents used in the original investigation were no longer considered reliable, and some evidence was ignored when the investigation was suspended. One of the most significant violations in this case involved abuse of office. It was demonstrated that the prosecutor's office allowed modifications to PDF files containing evidence of social media interactions and visits to specific websites, which the police had originally reported. This evidence suggested that Mario did not visit any adult websites, nor did he contact a dealer to purchase drugs on the night of his death. All of this was intentionally fabricated. An investigation into Mario's internet connections that night revealed that 2 devices were connected to the apartment's Wi-Fi simultaneously, despite him being home alone. Furthermore, there was no evidence indicating that Mario had ever left the house. His supposed visits to the ATM and the strip club were based solely on the activation of his bank card in those locations, but it was not confirmed that he was the one using it. Mario, who used the cards, appeared to be the target of a malicious effort to damage his reputation. He was allegedly portrayed as a pervert and a substance abuser. However, if he was truly a pervert, why did he only pay for drinks at the strip club and not take advantage of the services offered? Unfortunately, recordings from the ATM and street surveillance cameras had been deleted over time, making it impossible to confirm who withdrew money from the ATM or who was present at the club. It was also puzzling why Mario, as a public figure often in the limelight, would choose to visit a questionable strip club and use his card there when he could have easily paid in cash to keep his visit discreet. A toxicology report on the Mario showed only a low level of alcohol in his system, with no other drugs present. A neighbor who saw Mario that evening began to doubt it was really him. The next day, it was revealed that Mario had been planning to ride his motorcycle and had checked the weather forecast. This raised the question, why would he do this if he was contemplating end one's own life? These inconsistencies prompted further inquiries. A witness was found, a waiter from the restaurant across from the house where the incident occurred. He reported that, from the very morning, all visitors spoke about something bad happening there and that police cars or an ambulance had arrived. However, how could outsiders know that the tragedy had occurred when the family's housekeeper discovered Mario's body after 4 p.m.? Despite new discoveries, several factors slowed down the investigation. First, most evidence had become outdated. Second, reconstructing the sequence of events was unreliable. Third, law enforcement officers initially involved made many errors and did not follow protocols, which required the case to be restarted. Due to the time lost, continuing the investigation became very challenging. In August 2022, the Spanish justice system decided to close the case because of insufficient evidence. However, the family of the Mario strongly opposed this decision, appealing to various authorities. Their persistence paid off, resulting in the case being reopened and classified as a murder in March 2023. The Mario family traveled to Spain again to gather more information about the circumstances surrounding Mario's death and to demonstrate their belief that Raquel was involved in the crime. They felt confident that no one else could have committed it. In the weeks leading up to Mario's deaths, the couple's relationship had significantly worsened due to issues related to pregnancy, and they were close to getting a divorce. The Raquel likely wanted to avoid sharing Mario's assets, particularly after he discovered a damaging secret about her and took money from her, which could also have motivated her to commit the crime. Notably, she insisted on the cremation rite after seeing Mario's body, which raised suspicions that she was trying to hide something. Only Raquel and the mourning workers had keys to the apartment, but no one believed that an elderly worker could have killed Mario. The deceased's family was convinced he wouldn't have invited anyone over so late at night since he needed to wake up early. They believed Raquel, being clever, had meticulously planned everything. She arranged a trip to another city and attempted to tarnish her husband's reputation with false claims about his interest in adult websites and strip clubs. She also fabricated information that was included in the case file. The family of the Mario found her quick departure from their apartment suspicious, as if she were trying to hide something and dispose of the property to cover her tracks. Her rejection of Mario's inheritance, when it became known, was not a noble choice. It turned out that Mario had more debts than assets, which she would have had to pay if she had accepted the inheritance. Furthermore, accepting the inheritance would have required her to pay a significant tax, which she deemed too burdensome. Raquel's behavior at the funeral was also worrying. She arrived with assistants who took complete control of the situation, deciding when she should leave, how she should approach the grave, and how she should pose for photos. At one point, she asked to be left alone at the grave for a short time to pose for the cameras, a decision that left Mario's family confused. Some experts who spoke with Raquel believe she fits the profile of a typical integrated psychopath. This type of person has manipulative and narcissistic traits and can conceal their true identity. To avoid being revealed, they often rely on the idea that while people may see the facade they present, very few notice their true nature. Raquel, portraying herself as Mila, a beautiful woman, successfully hid her darker side, which was exposed by her husband. Unfortunately, he passed away shortly thereafter. The family of the deceased believes that Raquel skillfully used her intelligence and manipulative traits to carry out her plans. However, proving her involvement in the murder is quite complex, even though the circumstances seem clear. 10 years after the crime, Mario's family remains committed to uncovering the truth and seeking justice. Meanwhile, 50-year-old Raquel leads her life as if nothing ever occurred. She has established a new family and focused on her career, all the while denying any connection to the murder. The case of Kathleen Volbig. Australia's most notorious female serial killer was recently released after questions about her guilt emerged, but she still spent 2 decades in prison. Kathleen Volbig was born in 1967 in Western Sydney. Her life was challenging from the start, as her mother chose to leave her violent husband, who had a criminal background. This man had a history that included a knife attack, though the victim survived. It remains unclear if Kathleen experienced domestic violence or abuse from her father, but her mother was murdered by him. After her mother left the abusive relationship, her husband tracked her down and stabbed her 24 times, resulting in her death. He received a 15-year prison sentence for this crime. At the time, young Kathleen was just 18 months old and had already lost both parents. Kathleen was raised by a family in Newcastle. She had an older sister, Leah. As a child, Kathleen discovered that her parents had actually adopted her, which left her deeply upset. At school, she had friends who understood her difficult situation and supported her as much as they could. However, her adoptive parents were strict and controlling, often punishing her, which created further problems for the 16-year-old. A staff member informed her that she was not legally adopted. She had only been taken out of state temporarily, meaning she was still in state care. Kathleen began to worry that her new parents were not going to finalize the adoption because they did not love her enough. She felt a lack of love and affection from them, especially when compared to the affection they had for their biological daughter. These feelings were further intensified by the hardships of her teenage years. Even her supportive friends had to deal with the negativity and depression she was experiencing during this time. As a result, Kathleen became curious about her biological parents to understand why they had abandoned her. She soon learned that her biological father had murdered her mother and was sentenced to a long prison term. This shocked her deeply. The situation was made worse by the fact that it was the 1980s, a time when people rarely sought help from psychologists or psychiatrists for personal issues. Instead of reaching out for support, the girl kept her feelings to herself and seldom talked about them, even with her closest friends. After finishing school, Kathleen chose to leave her foster home and move in with her friend Billy Joe, who lived with his mother. This change took place in 1985, marking the beginning of her adulthood. One night, she and Billy Joe went to a disco where she met Skryg Falbeck, a 24-year-old employee at a mining company. He was kind and caring, making Kathleen feel confident, calm, and protected. They enjoyed each other's company, loved to dance, and their relationship quickly grew deeper. That same year, they decided to move in together, and it seemed like their relationship was perfect. 2 years later, the couple married in a simple ceremony. A year later, Kathleen became pregnant. In 1989, they welcomed their first child, a healthy baby boy named Caleb. However, he had a small defect in his larynx that made it difficult for him to breathe when his mouth was closed, causing him to breathe heavily and loudly. Kathleen, who had grown up without parents, was determined to be a good mother. She cared for Caleb with love and care, especially given his condition, and she kept constant tabs on him. Sadly, her efforts were not enough. Just 19 days after his birth, Kathleen found Caleb dead in his crib. His death was a devastating blow to both parents. Doctors examined the child and determined he was a victim of sudden infant death syndrome. Affects infants under 1 year of age and can lead to sudden death without an identifiable cause. The investigation found no indications of foul play. Despite their heartbreak, the couple chose to try for another child. A year later, on June 3, 1990, they welcomed their son Patrick. For several months, he thrived and developed normally, with no signs of issues. However, on the night of October 18th, Kathleen heard a cry from the children's bedroom. Her husband rushed to the room and discovered Patrick in his crib, appearing blue. Kathleen was by the crib, screaming and crying in fear. The man administered CPR while Kathleen called for an ambulance, which arrived quickly. Thankfully, Patrick was still alive and was taken to the hospital for urgent care. There, doctors diagnosed him with epilepsy. Fortunately, Patrick was saved and later discharged. For a while, everything was calm, but in February 1991, another seizure occurred while Skryg, the child's father, was at work. His wife, Kathleen, called him in tears. She said the child had had another seizure and could not be saved. The grieving couple then decided to move away from Newcastle to start a new life elsewhere. They moved to the small town of Medland, a population of less than 2,000 people, about a 40-minute drive from their old home. Despite their past tragedies, they remained hopeful and continued trying for children, dreaming of a large family. Eventually, they welcomed their next daughter, Sarah. Sadly, she suffered from the same respiratory problems as their first child, Caleb. Her parents devoted themselves to her care and treatment, but despite their best efforts, Sarah was found dead in her bed on August 29, 1992, just 10 months after her birth. This loss was another devastating blow to them. Kathleen was deeply saddened by the misfortunes that had befallen her children. Frequent arguments between her and her husband had become a daily occurrence. Although they had decided to live separately, they had not yet filed for divorce. Kathleen repeatedly blamed herself for the deaths of her children, believing that she had failed to pay attention, missing important signs that could have helped them. She was devastated. At the time, there was no technology that could analyze the situation and identify any underlying problems. Doctors were baffled, declaring the children's deaths to be simply a series of tragic accidents. After a short separation, they got back together. They reunited and decided to move to a new home in Singleton, a town of about 5,000 people, not far from where they had lived. Their relationship improved, the challenges brought them closer together, and they became a stronger couple. They supported each other and continued to dream of having children. In late 1996, Kathleen became pregnant with their fourth child, 3 years after losing their daughter Sarah. Laura was born on August 7, 1997, and a year later the family celebrated her first birthday. The girl had no idea how significant this event was for her parents, especially given the sad history of sudden infant death syndrome affecting their previous children. The first year was especially difficult for them. They believed they could finally move past this challenging time. The arrival of their daughter helped improve their relationship. Kathleen and SKRYG were able to enjoy being parents. After enduring a tough decade of marriage, they thought things were finally on track. Sadly, just 6 months after their daughter's first birthday, Kathleen discovered Laura unresponsive. She called for an ambulance, but the doctors could not save the baby. The medical examiner who performed an autopsy on Laura was unable to determine the cause of death. While investigating the circumstances of Laura's death, it was discovered that Kathleen's other children had also died as infants and all had the same diagnosis, asphyxia, related to heart problems. However, medical experts were unable to piece together all the relevant information due to the lack of available data. The Kathleen family's life would never be the same after these events. In 1999, an anonymous person reported the circumstances surrounding the family to the police, stating that all of Kathleen's children had died mysteriously. The police received information and started investigating the family. They spoke with SKRYG Falbeck to gather details and express suspicions about the mother, who was always present when the children died suddenly and without explanation. After this conversation, the husband became suspicious of his wife upon learning about the investigation. He gave the police her personal belongings, including her diaries, which the police began to examine closely. These documents later became crucial to the case. Tensions within the family grew, and the husband started blaming his wife for the children's deaths. The following year, the couple split up. The police, after thoroughly reviewing all the case materials, suspected that the biological mother may have harmed her children. The Kathleen had lost a total of 4 babies. However, these suspicions alone were not enough for an arrest. They needed solid evidence, which they worked diligently to gather. A year after her separation from her husband, Kathleen was arrested on suspicion of murdering her 4 children. She denied the charges, claiming that they had all died from natural causes, but police believed she was being untruthful. She was eventually found guilty of 3 counts of premeditated murder and 1 count of manslaughter. The jury trial began in 2003. The prosecution argued that Kathleen strangled all 4 of her children, claiming it was the result of anger or stress related to postnatal depression. They said she had difficulty caring for her newborns, overwhelmed by sleepless nights and the constant crying of her children. In this distressed state, the prosecution claimed she made the decision to harm her children, which allegedly happened 4 times. However, no specific evidence of abuse was presented. The children were raised in a loving family environment where they were well cared for, always neatly dressed, and well fed. The bodies showed no signs of injury, such as abrasions or bruises, nor were there any indications of a struggle or acts of cruelty. The prosecution highlighted that Kathleen consistently discovered her deceased children, which increased suspicion. Kathleen was the last person to see the children alive, which raised suspicions. The prosecution found this coincidence hard to believe. In response, The defense argued that the Kathleen was a housewife who spent all her time at home. In fact, she was the only person consistently with the children while her husband was at work. Therefore, it was natural for her to be the one to find them. The children died from sudden infant death syndrome, and this happened 4 times in a row. During the court proceedings, the Kathleen remained composed and showed little emotion. She made brief statements, explaining that she did her best to care for the children and often struggled to sleep at night. However, whenever she managed to fall asleep or became distracted, a tragedy occurred. Kathleen maintained that she could never have harmed her children. Her calm demeanor throughout the trial was portrayed by the media as indifferent and without guilt for her actions. Kathleen's diary entries significantly influenced the verdict, but only selected excerpts were presented in court. In which she wrote, "I was so frustrated with myself, angry and sad after losing my temper, and I felt like the worst mother in the world. I was afraid she would abandon me like Sarah," referring to her feelings about her daughter Laura. While these statements expressed her self-blame, they did not explicitly admit guilt or describe the events leading up to her death. Despite this, her diary entries were interpreted only negatively, suggesting that she felt responsible for her children's deaths, although she did not admit to killing them. These records were not reviewed by psychologists or other experts who could have provided a more accurate interpretation. The prosecution strategically influenced the jury by reading brief excerpts while neglecting to mention that these were personal records of a woman mourning the loss of 4 children. The media's negative portrayal and the prosecutor's diary entries fostered doubts about the defendant. Additionally, the prosecutor referred to Meadows' Law, which consists of 3 rules established by a renowned British pediatrician, Roy Meadow. He stated that the death of a single baby is a tragedy, 2 deaths raise suspicion, and 3 are considered murder unless proven otherwise. In this case, there were 4 deaths. Caleb, the first child, died in 1989. This was followed by Patrick, who passed away in 1991 at just 8 months old due to epileptic seizures. Sarah died at night in 1993 when she was 10 months old. Laura, the last of the children, lived the longest, dying in 1999 at 18 months. Initially, the Kathleen was considered a villain in the trial, with experts from various medical fields involved. They stated that sudden infant death syndrome can theoretically occur in one family, but the chances of this happening are very low. At that time, no one accepted responsibility for the tragic deaths. Were these events a coincidence in the Kathleen family? The numerous allegations contributed to the eventual guilty verdict. The case gained significant public attention and led to multiple trials across the country, where other mothers were also accused of causing their children's deaths due to sudden infant death syndrome. These women denied the allegations but were unable to prove their innocence, resulting in their arrest and facing intense scrutiny from prosecutors. Prosecutors even looked into Kathleen's past, which included a troubled childhood and a father in prison for killing his mother, which showed a penchant for violence. And the incriminating evidence against Kathleen came from her ex-husband, Skryg Falbeck, who testified against her in court. She felt deeply betrayed by his testimony, as he believed at the time that she was responsible for the deaths of their children. In May 2003, after a 7-week trial, Catherine Volbeck was convicted of 3 counts of murder and causing serious harm to her first son. When the verdict was read, she broke down in tears, overwhelmed with despair. Catherine believed she was innocent and did not expect to be found guilty. The media widely covered the case, portraying it as a triumph over one of Australia's most notorious female serial killers. Public sentiment towards Kathleen was extremely negative. She was widely hated. She received a 40-year prison sentence but could apply for parole after 30 years. Unsatisfied with her sentence, she appealed, leading to a review in 2005, which reduced her sentence to 30 years with early parole eligibility. After 25 years in prison, Kathleen faced hardship. She was treated with contempt and violence. Fortunately, Kathleen had friends who visited her regularly and believed she was innocent. Refusing to give up, she sought to overturn her conviction, filing an appeal and working with her attorneys from California, who brought in experts and new findings related to child mortality that could support her case. After 12 years in prison, in 2015, there was good reason to believe Kathleen was innocent. Several forensic experts reviewed the case documents and concluded that the children's deaths were due to natural causes. This new evidence prompted further investigations in 2018. Kathleen was ultimately left alone during the investigation. She spoke out to defend herself against the false accusations stemming from her diary entries. Kathleen explained that writing in her diary was her way of coping with life's challenges, and it provided her with relief. Doctors believe that the deaths of 4 babies in a couple suffering from phobias could be linked to a genetic mutation inherited from their parents. However, the scientific techniques available at that time were not reliable enough to confirm this, and mere words were insufficient. In 2020, an immunology professor from the Department of Genetic Medicine at the Australian National University joined the investigation. He initiated a global study into the situation faced by the defendant. Rare abnormalities related to genetic mutations were identified, leading to birth defects in Kathleen's children. Doctors confirmed that all 4 children in Kathleen's family had these rare mutations, which caused fatal seizures. The condition was determined to be a genetic abnormality, and there were no signs of violent death in these cases. In 2021, a group of prominent scientists from different areas of medicine, active in the 1990s, signed a petition in support of Kathleen, strongly asserting her innocence. They appealed to law enforcement, emphasizing Kathleen's innocence and referencing recent scientific discoveries and research that were unavailable at the time she was wrongly convicted. A new investigation was initiated by the end of 2022 and concluded in April 2023. Throughout this investigation, new evidence was gathered and submitted for review. During the same period, Kathleen's diaries were re-examined by experts in psychology and psychiatry. After reviewing the entries, they concluded that the diaries did not contain confessions. Instead, they reflected Kathleen's internal struggles, including her fears, anxiety, and grief related to post-traumatic stress. Forensic experts, who had investigated numerous infant murders, raised doubts about the possibility of strangling a child without leaving any evidence. As a result of these findings, the prosecutor's office was persuaded to reconsider the case's sentence and punishment. This new information sparked significant public outrage. Some people continued to believe in Kathleen's guilt and argued that she deserved to be in prison, while others were furious, questioning why an innocent woman had spent 20 years behind bars. On June 5, 2023, Kathleen Volbeck was pardoned after serving 20 years of a prison sentence that was originally intended to last at least 25 years. This pardon allowed her to appeal to the Court of Appeal for criminal cases, which could provide her with financial compensation for the years she lost. However, she still faces the lasting effects of media coverage that has turned her case into a phenomenon known as Kathleen phobia, causing her to face hostility from strangers. Financial compensation cannot make up for the time she spent alone in prison, alongside dangerous criminals. Nor can it erase the humiliation and betrayal she experienced. Her life has truly been a nightmare. Kathleen is now 56 years old and continues to persevere despite everything. If her children had lived, her firstborn, Caleb, would be 34 years old, and her youngest daughter, Laura, would be 25. They might have had children of their own, allowing Kathleen to become a grandmother. Sadly, she has not had the chance to enjoy those joys in life. Currently, forensic medicine experts are debating the validity of the law of Meadows, arguing that it is fundamentally flawed. Many women have suffered as a result of this law and were acquitted later on.